Chapter 23-24. His fists were incomparably violent, and his legs roared like a gale. Every strike accumulated an extremely shocking power, and it was as if it could destroy a mountain, causing Chen Zhongyo to feel fear and trepidation. Chen Zong finally understood why everyone in the Heavenly Intent Palace who had fought with Third Senior Sister were unwilling to fight with her again. She was too violent. Her attacks had turned her hands and legs into extremely domineering weapons. Once she launched an attack, it was like a raging fire or a storm bombardment. It was densely packed without a break, as if she would never tire. Coherent and violent. When the two were combined, it would become extremely terrifying. Moreover, Third Senior Sister's cultivation and combat strength had improved significantly compared to when they first met. Her cultivation was at the perfect Yuanming stage, and she was at the peak of the Yuanming stage. In the beginning, when Yu Wuxia used the battle prowess of a 10-star battle prowess, Chen Zong could still use his own strength to resist. However, when Yu Wuxia used the battle prowess of an 11-star battle prowess, Chen Zong could only use the Great Zhou Sword Realm to resist. When Yu Wuxia unleashed her 11-star combat strength, Chen Zong's Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm couldn't resist her extremely violent attacks and was defeated. There was no doubt that Chen Zong was defeated. Not bad, young man. You have a bright future. Yu Wuxia's face was flushed red. This was caused by the surging of her blood and qi due to her violent attack. Her entire body was filled with blazing heat, as if it was raging fire. She stretched out her hand and patted Chen Zong's shoulder, expressing her satisfaction. Chen Zong shook his head helplessly. However, Chen Zong was also very curious. Third Senior Sister's tall figure didn't look bloated or strong at all. She didn't cultivate her body either, but she was as violent as a human-shaped Tyrannosaurus Rex. Every attack was made with her full strength, but there wasn't an embarrassing situation where she couldn't continue. Although he was curious, Chen Zong didn't ask. This might be Third Senior Sister's secret. Everyone had their own secrets, and it wasn't good to pry. Otherwise, it might ruin the relationship or even turn into enemies. After the battle, Chen Zong and Yu Wuxia headed to the Heart Palace to meet the Heart Holy Woman. Chen Zong, you came at the right time. This is from your eldest senior brother. Wholehearted Holy Man took out a finger-sized silver object that looked like a blade and handed it to Chen Zong. The simple and unadorned silver blade transformed into a stream of light and appeared in front of Chen Zong. Chen Zong stretched out his hand to pinch the simple and unadorned silver blade, and an icy cold feeling spread out. Soon after, the blade trembled lightly and seemed to emit a blade hum. The blade hum couldn't be said to be pleasant to the ear, but it wasn't unpleasant either. It was like the long howl of a wolf in an empty valley under the moonlight, ancient and distant. Soon after, a wave of ancient light spread from the blade and a figure appeared within it without a sound. The figure wasn't big, only the size of a palm. His hands were behind his back, and he wore a silver robe. He looked like a young man, but also like a middle-aged man. Perhaps he was somewhere in between. Hello, fifth junior brother. The palm-sized silver-robed figure looked over with a smile. I'm your eldest senior brother, Luo Beichuan. I've heard of junior brother's fame in the northern battlefront. It's a pity that I can't meet you. Today, junior brother is a Taoist, so I can't attend the ceremony. I hope junior brother won't blame me. I don't have anything good, but I used my own strength to forge a secret treasure blade. It can instantly unleash an attack of the 9 stars of the Transcendent Realm. This figure was left behind by Luo Beichuan in advance. It didn't have the ability to communicate. After he finished speaking, the figure quickly faded and completely disappeared after 3 breaths. The silver light receded and became simple and unadorned again. The silver blade was completely silent. The stingy eldest senior brother actually spent a lot of money. Yu Wuxia was very surprised. To be able to unleash an attack of the 9 stars of the Transcendent Realm was undoubtedly shocking. This was personally forged by Luo Beichuan and integrated with his own strength. Of course, Luo Beichuan's combat strength wasn't as simple as 9 stars. It was much, much stronger. However, the problem was that this was only a secret treasure, an inanimate object. It couldn't completely unleash Luo Beichuan's full strength. It was only a part of his strength. Even so, it was still very shocking. To personally forge such a secret treasure, the consumption was not small. That was why Yu Wuxia said so. However, she was just saying it. She didn't have any feelings of jealousy or hatred. I really have to thank eldest senior brother. Chernzong smiled and put away the blade. Through contact, Chernzong could feel a trace of the way of the blade contained in it. It was an unfathomable way of the blade. Even though he had an immortal with him, and a 9 stars of the Transcendent Realm's attack didn't have much effect on him, no matter what, this was eldest senior brother's good intentions. Chernzong was very grateful. Your second senior brother and fourth senior sister will be here soon. Wholehearted holy man smiled. Since Chernzong was taken in as the 5th disciple, only the 3rd disciple, Yu Wuxia, had contact with him. The 1st, 2nd, and 4th disciples hadn't seen Chernzong yet. This was because they were all out training and would only come back once in a while. Every time they came back, it was difficult for them to meet other disciples. However, this time, the ceremony of the path was going to be held. Moreover, it was the ceremony of the path for the 5th true disciple of Wholehearted Palace. As disciples of Wholehearted Palace, of course they had to come back. For example, eldest senior brother Luo Beichuan was guarding a war zone in the northern battlefront. He couldn't leave easily, otherwise, he would have come back. However, although he didn't come back, he still sent a congratulatory gift. It could be said that he valued the friendship between fellow disciples. Chernzong was also very happy to see his second senior brother and 4th senior sister. Chernzong had a strong sense of belonging to both Wholehearted Palace and Heavenly Will Palace, especially Wholehearted Palace. Chernzong directly treated it as his own home. In that case, Wholehearted Holy Man and the other senior brothers and sisters were his family. It didn't take long for 2nd senior brother and 4th senior sister to come back. 2nd senior brother's name was Wang Chongli. This was a very masculine name. However, when Chernzong saw 2nd senior brother, he remembered 3rd senior sister's evaluation of him. Sissy. Indeed, 2nd senior brother's appearance was more feminine. If he changed into women's clothing, he didn't need to deliberately dress up and people would mistake him for a woman. His voice was soft and gentle as well. However, the tone of his voice wasn't so feminine. Instead, it had an indescribable boldness, which combined into a very unique temperament. As for 4th senior sister's name, Xiangfei, 3rd senior sister Yu Wuxia's evaluation of her was Little Muddlehead. Chernzong discovered that 4th senior sister Xiangfei's height was very ordinary. She looked like the height of a young girl who was still growing. In short, she was missing a head. Her eyes were very big, but there was always a misty feeling in them, as if she couldn't wake up from sleep. In short, she was very cute. On the surface, the 4th senior sister looked like a very cute and harmless young lady. However, that wasn't the case. The 4th senior sister's cultivation base had reached the perfected Yuan underworld grade. Her combat strength was relatively weak, and she was at the peak of the 10-star level. Of course, this weakness was relative. In the void, many perfected Yuan underworld stage cultivators only had a combat strength of the 9-star level. Furthermore, Xiangfei had the potential to raise her combat strength to the 11-star level. First, our 1st senior brother suppressed the Heavenly Palace and was invincible among his peers. He was the number 1 Dao disciple of this generation. Now we have 5th junior brother, who is also peerless and unparalleled as the number 3 Dao disciple of this generation. This is really a blessing for Wholehearted Palace. 2nd senior brother Wang Chongli laughed heartily. His voice was feminine, but there was an indescribable boldness in it. That was indeed the case. First senior brother suppressed his peers, and was the number 1 Tao disciple of this generation. Fifth junior brother also suppressed his peers, and was the number 3 Tao disciple of this generation. As for the second Tao disciple, he was a member of Wholehearted Palace. Out of the 3 great Tao disciples, Wholehearted Palace had 2 of them. This was very shocking. Of course, Wholehearted Palace was still relatively weak compared to the other 4 palaces. It lacked a foundation and was like a growing child compared to the other 4 palaces. However, this child of Wholehearted Palace had a lot of potential. Once he grew up, he would be very shocking. Given your 5th junior brother's talent, he will surpass Beichuan in the future. The Wholehearted Tao Master smiled and gave Chen Zong a very high evaluation. This evaluation immediately shocked 2nd senior brother, 3rd senior sister, and 4th senior sister. Although Yu Wuxiao and Chen Zong had interacted a lot and felt that their 5th junior brother was comparable to their 1st senior brother, and might even surpass him, it was just a simple guess. 2nd senior brother Wang Yeli and 4th senior sister Xiaoying Fei were meeting Chen Zong for the first time. Although they also felt that their 5th junior brother was very outstanding and could be compared to their 1st senior brother, they did not dare to think that he would surpass their 1st senior brother. This was because when they entered the sect, they had been taught by their 1st senior brother Luo Beichuan for a period of time. They knew Luo Beichuan quite well. It was precisely because of this that they knew Luo Beichuan's excellence even more clearly. It was a kind of shocking talent and talent. In the entire Will Heavenly Palace, there was no one in the same generation who could compare to Luo Beichuan. Everyone was suppressed by him. In the previous generation, and even the generation before that, there was no one who could compare to Luo Beichuan in terms of talent. Besides Will Heavenly Palace, it was the same in the other 3 Holy Lands. This was because Luo Beichuan had challenged them before. Suppressing his peers was not something that could be taken lightly. It had been a shadow in their hearts. But now they heard their master say that their 5th junior brother's talent surpassed their 1st senior brother's, and that his future achievements would surpass their 1st senior brother's. That tone of voice was very certain, and not just a guess. How could they not be shocked by this? Of course, they did not doubt their master's words. Although their master was a Tao master, he was a Tao master of an extremely high level. Among all the Tao masters in the void, their master was ranked at the top. Since their master said so, it meant that their 5th junior brother really did have such potential. For a moment, Chen Zong was being stared at by his senior brothers and sisters. That kind of gaze seemed to want to see through him, and it made Chen Zong feel uncomfortable. "All right, don't look at Chen Zong like that." Chen Zong heaved a sigh of relief when Wholehearted Holy Man helped him out of the predicament. But what Wholehearted Holy Man said next made everyone's hearts tremble. Chapter 23-25. The outbreak will start tomorrow. Have you all prepared your monthly tickets? Inside the Mind Heavenly Palace, countless formations had been set up in the Mind Spirit Mountain. Rays of light flowed as many treasures were used to set up the formations, creating a small space. Inside the small space there was a huge garden. It was a very strange garden. It seemed to have nothing, but it seemed to have everything. Everyone, this is the place where the Taoist ceremony will be held. The Tao controlling realm true disciples of the Mind Heavenly Palace acted as ushers, welcoming the guests from all over the void. There were Tao sovereigns, Divinity Realm perfected lords, Yuan Underworld Realm, and of course, Tao controlling realm cultivators. After all, Tao controlling realm cultivators were very good true disciples in some celestial sector level forces. This place. When these people from all over stepped into the garden, they were all stunned. What a beautiful place! It's like a world of flowers. A female disciple was pleasantly surprised. What I see are countless mountains. Saber chi is everywhere, heavenly saber descends to the world. Even Tao sovereigns were amazed by the mysteries of this place. Everything in this world is in one's heart. A Tao sovereign exhaled deeply, his tone full of shock. As expected of the head of the 4 great sacred lands. Such extravagance! There were countless formations in this small space, overlapping and interlocking with each other. It was very exquisite, and many treasures had been integrated into it to create a place of everything in this world. Different people would see different scenes when they entered this place. Some would see a sea of flowers, some would see mountains, some would see forests, and some would see endless saber light. No matter which one saw, it was closely related to one's own cultivation. Moreover, one could be inspired by it and gain an opportunity to comprehend it. Of course, it wouldn't have much effect on Tao sovereigns, but it would be too terrifying if it could affect them. It wouldn't even affect Divinity Realm cultivators much, but it would still be very effective for Yuan Underworld Realm and Tao Controlling Realm cultivators, especially those in the Tao Controlling Realm. Simply put, this was like a cultivation holy land that had been artificially built. However, it wouldn't last long. When the Taoist ceremony began, all the changes would return to one. However, if they weren't holy lands, they wouldn't have such a foundation. More and more people arrived, and were welcomed by the true disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace. They were brought into the space where all sorts of delicacies and fine wines were provided, making them feel at home. Even the low-tier and middle-tier cosmic realm forces were secretly touched. They felt flattered that they were valued. Will Heavenly Palace was the leader of the 4 great sacred grounds, and also the most mysterious of them all. In the eyes of many factions and cultivators, they were unfathomable and unreachable. Naturally, his status was incomparable. They were already very honored to have received an invitation from the Heavenly Will Palace to attend the ceremony of the Tao disciple. Now that they were being treated so well, they felt like they were being valued. It was a feeling of recognition that came from the depths of their hearts. It was a great honor. It was a great honor. Their impression of the Heavenly Will Palace soared to new heights. Of course, these were all digressions. The invitation sent by the Will Heavenly Palace had calculated the corresponding travel time. Therefore, as long as they didn't delay their departure and didn't delay their journey, they would be able to arrive before the ceremony of the Tao disciple. Of course, there were no absolutes in this world. Some factions did choose to depart as soon as they received the invitation, but they encountered some unexpected situations along the way that delayed their departure. In the end, they couldn't do anything about it. The Will Heavenly Palace wouldn't delay the ceremony of the Tao disciple because it wouldn't be appropriate for the overall situation. Finally, the time for the ceremony of the Tao disciple arrived. The Tao disciple symbolized the honor of a faction. In the void, it was equivalent to being the representative of that faction. Every word and action of the Tao disciple was related to the faction's honor. The position of Tao disciple was extremely important. Only the most outstanding person could hold it. Of course, this ability was very general, but on the whole, it was based on talent and strength. Because no matter how good your other abilities were, if you didn't have enough talent for cultivation and strength, you would only become a target for others to attack when you went out. In the world of cultivators, strength was the most important thing. It was a symbol. One by one, the Tao Masters of the Will Heavenly Palace appeared at the center. It was a small mountain that looked exactly the same as the Mountain of Will Heavenly Spirit. It exuded an endless mysterious aura, like the floating dust of the illusory sea. Those who came to participate in the ceremony of the Tao disciple also found themselves on the same mountain. It was unknown when this mountain had expanded from its original height of 100 meters to 10,000 meters in the blink of an eye. It was incomparably huge and spacious. Everyone was in the mountain, but at the same time they felt like they were standing outside the mountain. They could see everything clearly. In the next breath, they discovered that they had appeared in numerous small mountains, and each of the small mountains was floating outside. People from different factions appeared on different mountains, and people from the same faction were on the same mountain. Many small mountains surrounded the huge mountain in the center. It could be seen that the floating mountain where the people from the three Holy Lands were on was the largest and also at the forefront. Next were more than a dozen top star sector level factions, followed by the high star sector level factions, followed by the middle star sector level factions, and finally the low star sector level factions. In total, there were more than 100 factions. However, this wasn't all the star sector level factions in the void. Some of them had received the invitation, but due to their own reasons, they didn't show up. Some of them did, but due to unexpected circumstances, they didn't show up. I wonder who the third Tao disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace is? The people from the Myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain were secretly guessing. They had naturally sent people to participate in the ceremony of the first and second Tao disciples, so they knew very well. However, they still didn't know who the third Tao disciple was. The people from the Purple Extreme Hall and the Eternal Battle Fort were also guessing. No matter who the Tao disciple is, I want to see what he's capable of. A young man in the Purple Extreme Hall sneered. He came to participate in the Tao disciple ceremony not only to broaden his horizons, but also to compete. I wonder how the new Tao disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace compares to the Tao disciple of the Ice Saint Palace? On the floating mountain of the Ice Saint Palace, there were a total of 4 Tao Masters and 6 esoteric disciples. There were exactly 10 people, 5 from the Ice Dragon Path and 5 from the Ice Phoenix Path. Among the 5 from the Ice Dragon Path, there were 2 Tao Masters. One of them was Ao Xingwang's grandfather, Ao Guzun. The 2 Tao Masters from the Ice Phoenix Path were more interesting. They happened to be Red Crane Tao Master and Blue Ning Tao Master. As for the 6 esoteric disciples, they didn't come because Ao Xingwang and Yunyenshin were in seclusion refining and absorbing the dragon and phoenix crystals. The Ice Dragon Path sent 3 extremely talented disciples who were second only to Ao Xingwang. The Ice Phoenix Path's 3 disciples were Red Phoenix, Mo Hongli, and Lan Shuang. In an instant, a formless yet all-suppressing aura appeared. Like a breeze, it silently swept through everyone's bodies and souls. The Tao Manipulation Realm's feeling was the most shallow, as if they didn't feel anything at all. The Yuan Underworld Realm had condensed to Yuan Spirit, so they already had a clearer feeling, but it was just a feeling. At the Transcendent Realm, there was a feeling of being suppressed, as if they were powerless, but their strength wasn't affected at all. That kind of helplessness was a feeling that originated from the mind. As for those in the Tao Master's realm, it was extremely terrifying. It was as if a calamity had descended upon them. It was as if their lives were in the hands of someone else. What kind of power could dictate the life and death of a Tao Master? The Sovereign Realm. The power of a sovereign realm expert. The sovereign of the Will Heavenly Palace had arrived. At some unknown time, perhaps just now or perhaps forever, a white-robed figure appeared silently on the largest and oldest mountain. His long white hair and beard were extremely eye-catching. The Tao sovereigns of the Will Heavenly Palace, as well as the elders and true disciples, all bowed respectfully to welcome the arrival of the sovereign. As the white-haired, white-robed old man appeared, the aura that seemed to permeate one's mind vanished. That's... One of the Tao Masters stared blankly at the figure. The Will Sovereign. An older Tao Master exclaimed excitedly, his eyes shining brightly. The Will Sovereign. The other Tao Masters exclaimed in low voices. The Will Sovereign. He was one of the sovereigns of the Will Heavenly Palace, the oldest and most powerful of the Will Heavenly Palace. Not only was he the first sovereign of the Will Heavenly Palace, but he was also the strongest sovereign of the Void. Such an expert was extremely rare. Even those in the Will Heavenly Palace would find it extremely difficult to meet him. But now, he had appeared in front of everyone. If I remember correctly, the The Will Sovereign didn't appear during the previous 2 Taoist ceremonies. One of the Tao Masters said in a trembling voice. Based on this point, it could be seen that the mind-intent ruler attached great importance to this Tao disciple ceremony. This also indirectly proved that the 3rd Tao disciple was valued even more. Even the mind-intent ruler had been alarmed. This made everyone even more curious about the 3rd Taoist who had yet to appear. What kind of person was he? Even the Will Sovereign, who hadn't appeared during the previous 2 Taoist ceremonies, had appeared. Moreover, he seemed to have come to preside over the ceremony. What an honor this was! To this day, no one knew the gender of the 3rd Taoist, his age, his cultivation, and so on. Previously, there had been people who had used various methods to try and pry the information out of the Will Heavenly Palace's true disciples, but unfortunately, they hadn't gotten anything out of them. Chapter 23-26. I said I was going to explode, so here's the first update. It's perfectly justifiable to ask for monthly vote. The 3rd Taoist had become a synonym for mystery in the minds of the crowd, just like how Will Heavenly Palace was viewed by the other factions. Welcome everyone to the Heavenly Palace Taoist ceremony. The Will God spoke. His voice wasn't loud, but it was like a spring breeze or a clear spring that penetrated one's heart and soul. Even if one blocked their 5 senses, they still couldn't block out the voice, because it seemed to come from the depths of their hearts. It was a mysterious and unfathomable power. It was the power of a ruler. Since the Will God spoke so politely, the crowd naturally responded even more modestly, including the Tao Masters of the 3 sacred lands. A ruler was indeed a ruler. No matter which faction they belonged to, even if they were a ruler among rogue cultivators, they still had the power to dominate the void. For example, Empyrean Sword Master was a ruler among rogue cultivators. However, even the Tao Masters of Will Heavenly Palace had to maintain a humble attitude in front of him. The strong would always remain strong, no matter where they were. Great strength wouldn't change according to the conditions of the outside world. Instead, it would lead to the improvement of the outside world. Let's welcome the 3rd Taoist, Chen Zong, a Tao Master of Will Heavenly Palace announced loudly, his voice echoing throughout the entire venue and reaching everyone's ears. So the 3rd Taoist of Will Heavenly Palace is called Chen Zong. At this moment, the 2 words Chen Zong, this name, had become a brand that was deeply engraved into their hearts. Chen Zong. The Sacred Ice Palace's side was slightly taken aback. I seem to have heard of this name before. A Tao Master of Ice Dragon Path frowned slightly and muttered to himself. Yun Yenshin's external aid during the competition for the Taoist position is called Chen Zong, Red Crane Tao Master said in a strange tone, his expression uncertain. Similarly, Ao Guzuan, Tao Master Lan Ning, Hong Feng, Mo Hongli, Lan Shuang and the others were also uncertain. It was because the name Chen Zong sounded very familiar. When they heard this name, they couldn't help but think of Yun Yenshin's external aid during the competition for the Taoist position. Could it be him? Everyone couldn't help but have such a thought. His name was Chen Zong, and he was a true disciple of the Will Heavenly Palace. Impossible, it must be someone with the same name. Hong Feng shook her head vigorously as if she was trying to get rid of that thought. She spoke with certainty. They also hoped that it was someone with the same name. The Zenkingism side was also slightly stunned, and they all thought of one thing. Back then, the one who sent Yukong the Venerable's body back to the sect was a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace. His name seemed to be Chen Zong. Was he the 3rd Tao child of Will Heavenly Palace? If so, that would be too shocking. Amidst countless speculations and expectations, the 3rd Taoist appeared. He seemed to have come from the void outside. Step by step, he followed the path formed by the sword light and walked to the peak of the divine mountain in the center. He stood among the Tao paragons and stood side by side with the mind dominator. Seeing that figure, the people of the Zenkingism were very excited. Sure enough, it was really him. On the other hand, those from the Ice Saint Palace were all stunned. They felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Chunzong. It really was that Chunzong. He was Yu Nianxin's foreign aide. How could it be? How could it be him? Although they had all kinds of premonitions when they heard the name, they didn't want to believe it. They had always been a bit lucky. After all, it was possible to have the same name. But now that they saw it with their own eyes, it was directly confirmed. The third Taochild of Will Heavenly Palace was the Chunzong they knew. There was no such thing as the same name. Ao Guzuan, Red Crane, and Lan Ning's minds went blank for a moment. Even though they were Dao paragons, it was the same. As for Hong Feng, Mo Hongli, and Lan Shuang, their minds were frozen. They couldn't think of anything. After a long while, the three Dao paragons of Ice Saint Palace came to their senses. Ao Guzuan's expression changed back and forth. It was very obscure, as if he was afraid of something, but also as if he had made up his mind about something. Red Crane was a bit scared. She thought of the scene when she attacked and tried to kill Chunzong in Ice Phoenix Path. If she had really killed Chunzong, the consequences would have been very serious. Will Heavenly Palace would definitely be furious. After all, if a true disciple died, Ice Phoenix Path would not feel good and would have to pay a price. But if the one who died was a Taochild, then whether Ice Phoenix Path could continue to exist was a big problem. It could even affect the entire Ice Saint Palace. Dao Master Red Crane felt a lingering fear and a sense of relief. Fortunately, her finger was blocked. But then again, it was indeed unusual to have a Dao Paragon level expert as a Dao Paragon's protector. As for Dao Master Lan Ning, her expression kept changing. She was green, red, and white. She thought of the warning she had given Chunzong. But she didn't expect Chunzong's identity to be so noble. Of course, to Ice Saint Palace, the identity of Will Heavenly Palace's Taochild had nothing to do with them. At the very least, they couldn't interfere with their palace rules. Only the Taochild of their own palace was useful. But no matter what, Will Heavenly Palace was a supreme power, stronger than Ice Saint Palace. And Chunzong, as the Taochild of Will Heavenly Palace, represented Will Heavenly Palace to a certain extent, just like a Dao Paragon. She had to take this seriously. Dao Master Blue Condensation felt her face burning. As for Red Phoenix and the other two, they slowly came to their senses. Their expressions were very interesting. Lan Shuang had once looked down on Chunzong. Later, she was forced to leave first. In the end, it was Chunzong who took the Phoenix Crystal and let Yu Nianxin become the Taochild. But that had nothing to do with her. It wasn't her honor. If she hadn't left on her own initiative, she would have enjoyed that honor later. But unfortunately, she had left on her own initiative and didn't move in groups after discussion. The meaning was different. That kind of behavior was like telling others that they weren't on the same team, that they weren't in the same group. Then, the honor of Yu Nianxin obtaining the Phoenix Crystal and becoming the Taochild would have nothing to do with her. As for Li Jiayin and Wu Qiaoyun, of course, they were valued and nurtured because of their relationship with Yu Nianxin. Lan Shuang wasn't so thick-skinned as to go up there again. Hong Feng was both shocked and resentful. Why had Yu Nianxin become the Taochild? Now, Yu Nianxin's external aide was also a Taochild. She, who was clearly very outstanding, was nothing. Mo Hongli's expression was also very serious. But relatively speaking, her feelings weren't as strong as Lan Shuang and Red Phoenix, because she hadn't interacted much with Chunzong. Those who knew Chunzong were very surprised, but some were happy and some were sad. The Taochild ceremony began. Will Dominator announced the Taochild, full of the rhythm of the great Tao. It spread out from the divine mountain like ripples, causing everyone to fall into a strange feeling. Even Tao masters had the same feeling. No one understood the meaning of the Taochild's Taochild, but they didn't need to understand, because the mysteries of the great Tao in the void were all gathered under the guidance of the Tao Child, becoming more and more intense. Wisps of the mysteries of the great Tao turned into brilliance and flashed, like ripples of water. The scenery of the lake and mountains had a wonderful feeling. It was formed by the condensation of countless mysteries of the great Tao. The mysteries of the great Tao were everywhere, but they were very scattered. Some places were more intense and were treated as sacred cultivation places, while others were less intense. The mysteries of the great Tao here were quite good. Now, as the Will Dominator announced the Dea Child's Tao Child, countless mysteries of the great Tao were attracted and became more intense. Those mysteries of the great Tao were even condensing into something substantial. One could see that above Chen Zong's head, countless rays of light were converging, flashing, and flowing with brilliant colors. Each ray of light represented a mystery of the great Tao. So many rays of light were the condensation of countless mysteries of the great Tao. For a moment, Chen Zong directly activated the 10 intents of mind and quickly comprehended. This was a rare opportunity. If it were any other time, this wouldn't be possible. But now it was the ceremony of Tao Child, and it was a ceremony that belonged to him. Of course, he had to seize the opportunity. In fact, the ceremony of Tao Child wasn't just a ceremony. It had a deeper level of benefit. The greatest benefit was the Tao Child, followed by the people of the Will Heavenly Palace, and finally, the people who were invited to watch the ceremony. The benefit was the condensation of the mysteries of the great Tao. They could more clearly come into contact with the mysteries of the great Tao, comprehend the mysteries within, and improve their own great Tao. They could even comprehend the mysteries of other great Taos, corroborate their own great Tao, and improve from different aspects. Everyone was immersed in the mysteries, as if they were wandering in the sea of the great Tao. Only the Will Dominator was clear-headed. This level of great Tao mysteries was nothing to Dominator experts. This was because Dominator experts could directly comprehend the origin of the great Tao of the void, which was more than 100 times better than this level. The condensation of the mysteries of the great Tao seemed to have come for Chen Zong. Under the 10 intents of mind, Chen Zong comprehended with all his might, and countless mysteries emerged one after another. Unlike other cultivators, Chen Zong didn't limit himself to a particular great Tao. He could comprehend all of them, absorb their essence, and integrate it into his own great Tao. Heart Sword Principle, World Great Tao. Now, these two great Taos had reached the second level. However, they had only just entered the second level, which was 10,000 meters. It should be known that the limit of the second-level Great Tao domain was 99,999 meters. If he wanted to reach the third level, he had to break through to 100,000 meters. A Great Tao domain of 100,000 meters was so vast. However, that was still not the limit of the Great Tao domain. There were higher levels. Chen Zong discovered that when his Great Tao domain reached the second level, which was 10,000 meters, the difficulty of further improvement increased by more than 10 times. Chen Zong also knew that this was due to the limitations of his cultivation base. After all, the second-level Great Tao domain belonged to the magical ability realm, and he was only at the high-level Yuan underworld realm. He hadn't even reached the perfected Yuan underworld realm, yet he had already grasped the second-level Great Tao domain. This was already very shocking. The demon heart had also analyzed that the possibility of Chen Zong continuing to improve his Great Tao domain at the high-level Yuan underworld realm was very low. The price he would have to pay was not proportional. Perhaps he could continue to improve his Great Tao domain after reaching the perfected Yuan underworld realm. Chapter 23-27. Second Update. Tao markings that couldn't be understood contained supreme profundities, and it was vast and profound like the tune of the Grand Tao. It seemed as if it came from the depths of the boundless space, yet it also seemed as if it came from an extremely high place in space. It resounded through the surroundings, and it caused countless grand Tao profundities to surge into appearance and condense over. No one spoke. Everyone was immersed in the condensed mysteries of the Great Way and meditated to their heart's content. Chen Zong's comprehension effect was the most amazing under the 10 intents of mind. In addition, he was the protagonist here, so the mysteries of the Great Way were the strongest and the comprehension effect was the most direct. It could be said that Chen Zong's comprehension effect was more than 100 times that of others. Even experts at the Tao Master level could not compare with Chen Zong. The mysteries of the Heart Sword principle and the Great Way of the world constantly emerged and were absorbed and mastered by Chen Zong. His Heart Sword realm and world domain were also constantly improved. The recitation of the Taoist text only lasted for a few minutes. When it ended, the mysteries of the Great Way that had been gathered also quickly dissipated. 30 breaths. In less than 30 breaths, the extremely strong mysteries of the Great Way completely dissipated and returned to their original level. Everyone also woke up from their meditation. But even if they were meditating, they still did not forget that they were here to participate in the ceremony of the Taoist disciple. It was a very strange feeling. Logically speaking, once they entered the state of meditation, they would treat all other thoughts as distracting thoughts and eliminate them. But here, the idea of participating in the ceremony of the Taoist disciple always existed and could not be eliminated. However, it did not affect the effect of their meditation just now. It was an extraordinary method. Everyone also felt that although they had only meditated for 15 minutes, they had gained a lot. The one who gained the most was Chen Zong. Although he did not release them, Chen Zong could clearly feel that his Heart Sword principle and Great Way of the world had become stronger. The range of his Heart Sword realm and world domain had probably exceeded the level of 10,000 meters. They could at least reach 11,000 meters or even larger. This kind of improvement was really amazing. Even Chen Zong found that he had unknowingly found a clue on how to compress the world domain. Although he had not succeeded, at least he had a clear direction. He would not be like before, where he had tried many times and failed. But now was not the time to condense and compress the world domain. He had to wait until the ceremony of the Taoist disciple was over. With the Will Lord's announcement, Chen Zong officially became the third Tao child of the Will Heavenly Palace. This was not only Will Heavenly Palace, but also the Void. Now all forces knew that the third Taoist disciple of Will Heavenly Palace was Chen Zong. In that case, it would be much more convenient for Chen Zongxing to travel in the Void in the future. At least, he would be able to avoid a lot of troubles. Of course, it might also attract other troubles, such as the covetous eyes of some evil people and so on. Zong Zongz's will. Chen Zong was the third Taoist disciple of Will Heavenly Palace. The ceremony of the Taoist disciple was about to come to an end. Under normal circumstances, those who came to participate in the ceremony of the Taoist disciple would have to prepare gift. However, Will Heavenly Palace was rich and had a deep foundation. Therefore, they clearly stated that they would not accept gift. That was how willful they were. Since the chanting of the Tao text was over and Chen Zong was announced as the third Taoist disciple of Will Heavenly Palace, the Mind Sovereign left. Given his status, it was already amazing that he could personally preside over the ceremony of the Taoist disciple. He could not stay here forever. What followed was a period of relative freedom. Everyone could enjoy the fine wine and delicacies prepared by Will Heavenly Palace to their heart's content. They could also exchange pointers and learn from each other. This would last for a while. If the Mind Dominator had stayed behind, they would have felt like they wouldn't be able to move freely. Chen Zong did not intend to participate in such a lively atmosphere. He felt that he had gained a lot from the comprehension just now, especially since he had a clue about the compression of his world domain. He planned to leave immediately and return to his palace to cultivate in seclusion, striving to compress his world domain successfully. Just as Chernzong was about to leave, 3 people appeared in front of him. Greetings, Taoist disciple Chernzong. This is the 3rd Taoist disciple of Great Purple Palace, Yuan Chongshan. Among the 3 people, 2 of them were extremely tall and strong, reaching 2 meters in height. Among the human clan, there were very few people of this height. However, in a powerful force like the Purple Extreme Palace, which focused on body refinement, such a height was very common. The 3rd person was not as tall, about the same height as Chernzong. However, he gave off an incomparably strong and vigorous feeling. Relying on his powerful perception, Chernzong could sense that this person's body contained an extremely terrifying power. At this moment it was being restrained. Once it erupted, it would be able to destroy mountains. Although the 3rd person's physique was not as good as the other 2, Chernzong felt that he was the strongest of the 3. The one who spoke was a tall and strong young man. He had a smile on his face, but from his expression and tone, Chernzong did not hear much respect. It was just a casual greeting. The 3rd Tao child of the Purple Extreme Hall, Yuan Chongshan, was a person who was about the same height as Chernzong. He wore a black, golden, tight, sleeveless robe. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked very tough. Yuan Chongshan stared at Chernzong without any expression. He just nodded slightly as a greeting. Chernzong knew that Great Purple Palace also had 3 Taoist disciples. The 3rd Taoist disciple had become one earlier than him. However, from Yuan Chongshan's aura, he should not have reached the transcendent realm. I wonder if the 3 of you have something to say? Chernzong could not help but ask. They were guests, so he had to be polite. As the 3rd Taoist disciple of a sacred ground, why don't we exchange some pointers? Yuan Chongshan was very direct. He did not beat around the bush and directly proposed the idea of exchanging blows with Chernzong. His tone was firm, and his aura was oppressive. It seemed as though he would attack if Chernzong did not agree. In short, his words sounded like he was asking for Chernzong's opinion. However, Chernzong felt that this was not the case. It was more like an announcement. Your current cultivation level is at the advanced level of the origin underworld realm. I will not take advantage of you. I will suppress my cultivation level to the advanced level of the divine body echelon, Yuan Chongshan added. His cultivation level was already at the perfected divine body echelon, which was equivalent to the perfected origin underworld realm. For geniuses, the difference in cultivation level would also bring about a difference in combat strength. If Chernzong were to reject the Heavenly Will Palace's offer, it would be a blow to the Heavenly Will Palace's prestige. Please. Chernzong gestured with his hand. Since they were going to exchange pointers, they naturally needed a suitable venue. All of this had already been prepared. Chernzong was the 3rd Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace and had just been announced. Therefore, everyone recognized him. As for the people from the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan, they were also very conspicuous. Many people even recognized Yuan Chongshan's identity. The 3rd Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace. The 3rd Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan. Everyone seemed to have discovered something that made them excited as they followed one after another. Humans tended to act in groups, so when they saw so many people following them, it was only natural for others to be attracted. When they learned that the people following them were the 3rd Tao Child of the Heavenly Will Palace and the 3rd Tao Child of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan, they seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly followed. Junior brother, what are you doing? Yu Wuxiao was curious. What else can I do? I'm obviously going to accept the challenge. Wang Yeli smiled faintly. His feminine face, which was even more beautiful than a woman's, was mesmerizing. Let's go. Yu Wuxiao was excited when he heard the word challenge and rushed forward. Second senior brother Wang Yeli shook his head helplessly. As the news spread, more and more people gathered. Even the Tao venerables were alarmed. A battle between the third Taoists of the two sacred grounds was undoubtedly very attractive. Yuan Chongshan is challenging Chen Zong. This is interesting. Let's go and take a look. The people from the Eternal Battle Fort and Myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain also hurried over. This time, there was only one Taoist among the people from the three sacred grounds, and that was Yuan Chongshan of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan. As for the Eternal Battle Fort, they also had 3 Taoists, but they were all at the northern battlefront. Myriad Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain only had 2 Taoists at the moment. One was at the northern battlefront, and the other was somewhere unknown. Yuan Chongshan, the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan, was even more famous than Chen Zong. After all, he had become the third Taoist much earlier than Chen Zong. However, Yuan Chongshan's cultivation base wasn't very high when he became the third Taoist. Becoming a Taoist had nothing to do with the level of cultivation base. What was more important was the combination of talent, potential, and other aspects. For example, in the Sacred Ice Palace, Ao Shengwang had become a Taoist with a high-level Yuanming cultivation base. However, Yun Yanxin had only been a low-level Yuanming, so the difference was very obvious. However, Chen Zong wasn't interested in knowing what cultivation base Yuan Chongshan had become the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan. At the moment, Chen Zong had an indescribable feeling of anticipation for the upcoming battle. Anyone who could become a Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan definitely wouldn't be weak. Furthermore, his opponent's cultivation base wasn't low, so his combat strength should be very strong as well. Chen Zong had never been a person who feared challenges. If his opponent was weaker than him, he wouldn't be able to arouse any fighting intent. That would be akin to bullying. Only when his opponent was evenly matched or stronger than him would he be able to fight to his heart's content. He hoped that the third Taoist of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiuan wouldn't disappoint him. His opponent was a body-tempering cultivator, so he should be very fierce in battle. For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Chen Zong's mind. There was a loud boom, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. A powerful aura suddenly erupted from Yuan Chongshan's body, as if it was going to shatter the void. It was extremely powerful. Great Perfection Divine Body Boundary. Chapter 23-28. His chi and blood were like dragons, and his aura was soaring. Such a tyrannical aura made Chen Zong extremely shocked too. The aura of a chi refinement cultivator was different from that of a body refinement cultivator. The aura of a chi refinement cultivator was more oppressive towards one's aura, which was more inclined towards one's spirit. On the other hand, the aura of a body refinement cultivator was more oppressive towards one's chi and blood. In the next moment, the powerful aura that made many people feel pressured started to weaken bit by bit. In the end, it retreated to the level of an advanced origin underworld cultivator. Your cultivation is at the advanced origin underworld cultivator. I will suppress my cultivation to the advanced divine body refinement cultivator and compete with you, said Yuan Chongshan. Immediately, Yuan Chongshan's expression darkened. Fight! His entire body was enveloped by a tyrannical aura, and his eyes emitted boundless flames of battle. He shouted out explosively, and it was like a thunderclap that shook the sky. His momentum was extremely tyrannical, and it caused the vital energy and blood of many people to roil endlessly. Chen Zong also felt the same. His chi and blood of an advanced divine body refinement cultivator were stirred up, and it was like a tidal wave that surged endlessly. Chen Zong instantly determined that Yuan Chongshan's attainment in body refinement was even higher than his, even if they were in the same realm. Of course, Chen Zong's world divine body was the top divine body in the void. It was not inferior to Yuan Chongshan's divine body at all. The only difference was the degree of development. Yuan Chongshan cultivated his body. His qi refinement cultivation was actually born from his body refinement. He had never cultivated it before, which was different from Chenzong. As for Chenzong, although he cultivated both qi refinement and body refinement at the same time, it was only to strengthen his survivability and to use the supreme Lingwu technique. In essence, Chenzong had developed more of the power of qi refinement. Even if he was biased towards qi refinement in the future, his strength was still mainly focused on qi refinement. On the other hand, Yuan Chongshan's innate talent was very high. He had immersed himself in body refinement for many years and also had the supreme inheritance of the Purple Extreme Palace. It was normal for his attainments in body refinement to exceed Chenzong's. Regarding this, Chenzong was not jealous or envious. No one was truly omnipotent. Yuan Chongshan didn't seem to have any intention of saying more words. He suppressed his cultivation level to the advanced level of the Greater Mastery Divine Body Echelon Realm and punched the air. The fist force was as ferocious and violent as a dragon as it smashed through the air. In fact, Yuan Chongshan's cultivation level was at the Greater Mastery Divine Body Realm. This meant that not only was his cultivation level high, but his comprehension of the Great Tao had also reached a certain level. Although he had restricted his cultivation level to the high-level Great Success Divine Body Echelon Realm, it was difficult for him to restrict the power of the Great Tao so precisely. On the other hand, it had been some years since he reached the perfected Great Success Divine Body Echelon Realm. His control and application of his own power had also reached a corresponding level. These were things that couldn't be seen or felt directly. They were the kind that couldn't be suppressed. Therefore, after Yuan Chongshan suppressed his cultivation level, his combat power was actually slightly stronger than when he was still in the high-level Greater Mastery Divine Body Echelon Realm. The punch seemed simple, but it contained an extremely terrifying power. It was as if a mountain would be crushed into powder in front of it. Before the punch arrived, Chenzong already felt an extremely terrifying fist force rushing toward him. This feeling was different from Third Senior Sister's fist force. Third Senior Sister's fist force was violent and blazing. It was like a volcanic eruption. Once it came into contact, it would instantly erupt with an extremely terrifying power that would destroy everything. However, although Yuan Chongshan's fist force was also violent and powerful, it was different. It was more like a kind of restrained and condensed compression. It was filled with a heavy and domineering power. If Third Senior Sister's fist force was like a raging fire, then Yuan Chongshan's fist force was like a thick layer of earth. Although they were different, they were both very terrifying. It immediately brought about a strong threat to Chenzong. The power of this punch directly reached the level of a 10-star battle power. If it had been before, I would have used the Lingwu Supreme Technique, Chenzong thought to himself as his eyes lit up. After the Taoist ceremony, he had comprehended the rich mysteries of the Great Path and constantly improved his Great Path power and Great Path domain. He had obtained great benefit. Not only had he completely made up for the shortcoming left from forcefully breaking through to the high-level Yuanming realm, but he had also improved a little. The same went for his body-tempering cultivation. More importantly, the improvement of the mysteries of the Great Path had caused the Great Path power to increase as well. It had reached the limit of the high-level Yuanming realm, and even surpassed the limit to reach the level of the Great Perfection Yuanming realm. In other words, Chenzong did not need to forcefully break through to the Great Perfection Yuanming realm or the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon realm. He only needed to cultivate and accumulate power. When he reached the critical point, he would naturally be able to break through. Chenzong had no intention of dodging this punch. He unsheathed his sword and turned it into an extremely resplendent sword light. It was incomparably sharp as it pierced through the sky and went straight for the punch. It was not that Chen Zong wanted to do this, but he had to. His opponent's fist technique was extremely exquisite. It was as if his essence, qi, and spirit had been integrated into it. It was as if his body and fist had become one. Apart from the punch, there was no way to attack other parts of his body. The extreme sharpness condensed into a single point, like a meteor piercing through the sky, giving people a dazzling feeling. It also gave people a feeling of extreme sharpness from the bottom of their hearts, as if even if they were far away, they would be pierced through by it. This feeling came directly from the mind and was unavoidable. "What a terrifying punch and a terrifying sword," someone muttered softly and gasped. This power had reached the level of a 10-star battle power. It was simply shocking that a high-level Yuanming realm or a great mastery divine body echelon realm could reach the level of a 10-star battle power. Yuan Chongshan was also very shocked. His opponent's sword was actually able to contend with his punch. It should be known that although his cultivation level was suppressed and the power of the Great Path was somewhat weakened, he had still unleashed 100% of his normal battle power. It was simply unbelievable that his opponent could block it. His cultivation level was not at the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon Realm, but at the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon Realm. Although he had suppressed it, he could not completely suppress it to the level of a high-level Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon Realm. Yuan Chongshan still remembered clearly that when he was at the Great Mastery Divine Body Echelon Realm, his battle power had reached the peak of a 9-star battle power, not a 10-star battle power. His punch was blocked and broken, but Yuan Chongshan did not retreat. Instead, he took the opportunity to close in on Chen Zong. Close-range combat. For Yuan Chongshan, who focused on refining his body and used his body as a weapon and was proficient in punching and kicking, close-range combat was the most suitable. It was also the method that he was best at. Even if it was just a spar, he would not give up on what he was best at. He would use all his strength to suppress his opponent. As for the consequences of Chen Zong being defeated by him and being humiliated, that was not something that he had to consider. After all, he was not the one who would be humiliated. Then again, if he could humiliate Chen Zong, it would be equivalent to humiliating the Heavenly Will Palace a little. He was very willing to do such a thing. Before this, the Heavenly Will Palace had humiliated the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan a few times. Now they just wanted to get back some interest. Close-range combat attack. Fists, palms, elbows, shoulders, knees, legs, every part of Yuan Chongshan's body became the toughest and deadliest weapon. Moreover, every part of his body was extremely connected, without any gaps. It was as if there were several Yuan Chongshan attacking Chen Zong at the same time in a series of violent and continuous attacks. Every attack was like a thunderbolt that struck everything. Every attack was like a river that flowed endlessly. The combination of strength and speed, as well as brilliant techniques, formed a perfect move. Even if each move was just an ordinary move, it had a fatal lethality. It was like a storm, like a bolt of lightning, fusing into a terrifying thunderstorm that directly enveloped Chen Zong. That kind of attack made everyone's scalp tingle. Their limbs turned cold and their bodies stiffened. This was especially true for the Yuan underworld and Dao controlling realms. Their faces were stiff and they were drenched in cold sweat. Even those at the Transcendent Realm were shocked when they saw this. If they had been at the high level of the Yuan Underworld Realm, they wouldn't have been able to withstand such an attack. They would have been crushed into minced meat within a few seconds. Even if they were at the Divine Ability Realm now, it would be difficult for them to resist such an attack if it wasn't for the suppression of their realm. On the other hand, the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan was smiling happily. The more powerful Yuan Chongshan was, the happier they were. On the other hand, the Heavenly Will Palace was a little worried. Could Chen Zong withstand such an attack? Would he be defeated quickly? If that happened, it would be extremely embarrassing. After all, this was Chen Zong's Taoist ceremony. If he was defeated by someone of the same cultivation level, it would not be a good thing. Second senior brother Wang Yeli and fourth senior sister Xiaoying Fei were also worried. Don't worry. Third senior sister Yu Wuxia looked indifferent. Little junior brother hasn't used his full strength yet. Yu Wuxia had fought with Chen Zong before. She knew very well that when Chen Zong used his full strength, he could resist the attack of an ordinary 11-star level. Only the attack of a peak 11-star level could break his defense. Although Yuan Chongshan's attack was extremely violent, it was only at the 10-star level in terms of combat strength. It should not be enough to break Chen Zong's defense. The Dao sovereigns saw everything clearly. Yuan Chongshan's violent attack could not do anything to Chen Zong at all. With a sword in hand, he directly turned into an unbreakable sword circle. No matter how Yuan Chongshan attacked, he always relied on the sword in his hand to resolve it, either facing the attack head-on, deflecting it from the side, or taking a roundabout way to meet the attack. Chen Zong also showed incomparably exquisite and incomparably profound attainments in swordsmanship. In the eyes of the Dao sovereigns, it was even better than Yuan Chongshan's martial arts attainments. Strength, speed, and technique are extremely fierce. It's indeed very tyrannical. If it were anyone else, they would have been defeated long ago. Unfortunately, it's not tough enough. Wholehearted Dao sovereign was also present and evaluated Yuan Chongshan's martial arts attainments. Chapter 23-29. Fourth update, aggressive like fire, swift like wind, thick like a mountain. However, it lacked the softness and tenderness of water. That was Yuan Chongshan's flaw. However, the flaw was relative. If it was against other opponents, it would not be a flaw because they would not be able to withstand Yuan Chongshan's attacks. However, against Chen Zong, this flaw would be magnified and allowed Chen Zong to seize the opportunity. The sword light was like flowing water, like the waves of a river. It surrounded Chen Zong and blocked all of Yuan Chongshan's attack. Yuan Chongshan could only feel that every attack he threw out was weakened, deflected, and blocked by the sword light. In the end, he could not even hit Chen Zong through the sword light, let alone defeat him. It was like hitting a tortoise shell. Not only was it smooth, but it was also very hard and could not be broken. This made Yuan Chongshan very unhappy and even sullen. Training void break. With a low shout, Yuan Chongshan pulled back his right arm. His fist started to vibrate intensely. As the fist energy gathered, he suddenly threw out a punch. The void under the fist seemed to vibrate along with it. This attack was still at the 10-star level. It was not at the peak of the 10-star level. However, it was not a normal attack. It was a very profound attack. When it hit the sword light, Chen Zong immediately felt that the opponent's power was very condensed. It was difficult to weaken or deflect it. Moreover, the power quickly passed through the sword light and blasted towards Chen Zong. This technique was very profound, but Chen Zong was not unable to block it. With a flick of his wrist, the sword light trembled and immediately blocked the attacking power. It was unable to affect Chen Zong at all. Perhaps in terms of violence, Yuan Chongshan was better. However, in terms of profound technique, Chen Zong was the best. The training void break was thus blocked by Chen Zong. The sword light suddenly gathered and slashed down from the sky. It was as if it was going to split the heavens and earth. It made Yuan Chongshan shiver. His legs moved slightly and quickly slid back to avoid the sword slash. However, the sword light chased after him. Break. Yuan Chongshan clasped his hands together and rubbed them together, causing a powerful force to burst forth. Like two pieces of godly gold, it shattered the sword chi. Taking a deep breath, Yuan Chongshan's aura erupted. It was not that he had removed the restrictions on his cultivation base, but that he had used his full power to unleash a secret technique. What was the most powerful thing about body refinement cultivators? Body. Divine body. Of course, their fighting style required superb technique. However, they were also proficient in using strength to suppress others. Or it could be said that the very beginning of body refinement was strength. It was to use strength to suppress others. Jiyuan's Purple Extreme Hall had even developed it to a shocking degree. Therefore, regardless of how the bodies of the people from the Purple Extreme Hall were before, once they cultivated the inheritance, they would slowly become stronger and eventually become 2 meters tall giants. Yuan Chongshan was a special case. He did not turn into a 2-meter tall giant. Instead, he was the height of a normal person. However, his muscles and bones were more compact and ferocious. Furthermore, Yuan Chongshan placed great emphasis on technique. It could be said that in the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan, his technique was one of the best among those of the same cultivation base. However, he realized that even with the technique that he was so proud of, he could not do anything to his opponent. Instead, he was weaker than his opponent. Although he was unwilling, Yuan Chongshan did not feel depressed. He wanted to unleash his secret technique and defeat his opponent with brute force. As long as it was his own strength, as long as he could defeat his opponent, it was enough. It did not matter what method he used. Being stubborn about the method was just being pedantic. Jiyuan. A low roar reverberated in all directions like thunder. Yuan Chongshan's body trembled rapidly. It was as if there was an extremely powerful force surging out of his body. His aura was also increasing rapidly. A strange sound rang out. Yuan Chongshan's body started to grow. Every single muscle seemed to be injected with new energy. They swelled continuously and pushed the sleeveless battle suit on his body up. However, the sleeveless battle suit was also miraculous. It did not burst. In just a short period of time, Yuan Chongshan's appearance had changed greatly. His body suddenly grew to 2 meters tall. He was the same size as the other disciples of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan. However, he was still not very big. Every single muscle seemed to be cast from steel and contained a terrifying power. Yuan Chongshan's skin was also fiery red. It was like steel that had been roasted by fire. The aura that he emitted was filled with rage and heat. His aura was surging like a smoke signal. It was caused by his blood qi that was too strong. His blood qi was soaring. Vaguely, there seemed to be a faint red halo that shrouded Yuan Chongshan's body. The second level. Junior brother Yuan has cultivated to the second level of the mighty body of giant Yuan. The Tao Masters of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan smiled. They were very satisfied. The mighty body of giant Yuan was one of the top inheritances of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan. It was not easy to cultivate. It required enough talent and many precious divine medicines to be able to get started. The mighty body of giant Yuan was divided into 5 levels. In theory, Tao-controlling realm cultivators could cultivate the first level. Yuan underworld cultivators could cultivate the second level, and so on. The third level corresponded to the divinity realm. However, that was not the case. Most Tao-controlling realm cultivators could not cultivate the mighty body of giant Yuan because they did not have enough energy to support the cultivation. Yuan underworld cultivators could only cultivate the first level. Divinity realm cultivators could cultivate the second level. However, not everyone in the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan could cultivate the mighty body of giant Yuan. No matter what, it was one of the top inheritances. Those who had contributed greatly to the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan were loyal or were special. Moreover, they did not necessarily have the talent to cultivate the mighty body of giant Yuan. Yuan Chongshan had cultivated to the second level in the Yuan underworld realm. It was undoubtedly shocking. Aura. An extremely shocking aura was extremely domineering and violent. It constantly spread out from Yuan Chongshan's body and spread in all directions. The muscles on Yuan Chongshan's arms were like coiled dragons. It was very terrifying. His cultivation was still at the greater success divine body realm, but his aura had completely surpassed it. Yuan Chongshan's eyes seemed to be shooting out blazing flames as he stared at Chen Zong. Immediately, Chen Zong felt extremely pressured. In the next moment, Yuan Chongshan took a step forward. With a loud boom, the entire arena shook as if it was about to shatter. Yuan Chongshan's right leg landed and bent. In an instant, an extremely powerful force burst out. The muscles on his thigh were like dragon tendons that were stretched to the limit as he instantly burst out with shocking speed. Charge! Charge! It was like an immemorial barbarian statue's charge, but its speed was as fast as lightning. It turned into a terrifying thunderbolt that could destroy mountains. Shoulder charge! Yuan Chongshan's left shoulder protruded like a chariot and directly blasted towards Chen Zong. Under the shocking power and speed, it directly shattered the air and formed a vacuum. Chen Zong immediately felt an extremely shocking pressure coming towards him, as if it was going to crush him. In fact, with his extraordinary perception, Chen Zong could feel that this collision was not just a single blow. No matter if he dodged or blocked, there would be subsequent changes. More or less, it should be an elbow strike or a fist strike. Shoulder, elbow, and punch directly formed a 3-hit combo, erupting with terrifying continuous attack. This kind of continuous attack was undoubtedly terrifying. Even if he was hit with his defense, it would definitely not feel good. He would definitely be injured. Was Chen Zong willing to be injured? Of course not. Since his opponent had used a secret technique, then he should do the same. Heart Fire Ignite. Lin Wu's supreme technique. In an instant, Chen Zong's aura skyrocketed. It was as if there was a loud sword chime that reverberated in all directions. An invisible sword light seemed like it was going to shoot up into the sky and shatter the sky. Under the situation where his cultivation did not change, Chen Zong's combat power also skyrocketed. 11 star. It was the same as when Yuan Chongshan used the second level of the giant body. Sword technique of heart refining to 1. Sword 5. When the sword struck out, the sword light condensed into a point, an extreme point, as if it could break the sky. The extreme sharpness, even a Tao master would be surprised by the sharpness, as if it could pierce through everything. In an instant, the sword light was shattered. However, Yuan Chongshan's charge was also blocked. Not only could he not use the subsequent combo, but he also felt an extremely terrifying sharpness, as if it was going to pierce through his shoulder, making him feel pain. This was a very incredible thing. This was because when he used the gigantic origin tyrant body, especially when he reached the second level, a layer of red light would appear around his body to protect him. It would greatly reduce his sense of pain, and it would also be able to withstand powerful attack. This would prevent him from being knocked back or even interrupted. Under such circumstances, the opponent's sword not only interrupted his attack, but also made him feel a piercing pain. It was terrifying. Since the first sword did not work, Chen Zong used the second sword. Sword light burst out one after another, continuously. Although his sword principal domain was more than 10,000 meters, Chen Zong had not yet gone into seclusion to integrate it into his sword technique. Therefore, Sword 5 was the most powerful sword. As the sword light shot out, Yuan Chongshan kept blocking and punching, shattering the sword light. However, every time he shattered the sword light, his fists would feel waves of pain, and his forward momentum was constantly blocked. Taichu Sword Spirit Power. Chen Zong activated the last of his power and integrated it into the sword, further increasing the power of the sword. Kill. Yuan Chongshan's pupils shrank, as he felt that he could not resist the sharpness of the sword. Giant body. At the critical moment, Yuan Chongshan burst forth once again. His arms moved in front of him as he performed a powerful defensive technique. His powerful energy seemed to have merged into one, as if he had compressed the violent energy within it. It was like a whirlpool that made it impossible for anything to escape from. When the sword light arrived, it directly sank into the whirlpool, as if it was swallowed, and a series of explosions sounded. Explode! With a loud roar, Yuan Chongshan suddenly pushed his arms forward, and the exploding chaotic body whirlpool immediately turned into a meteorite, shooting toward Chen Zong at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 2330. I'll also ask for more monthly vote. Let's fight again tomorrow. The airflow swirled backward like a black hole that devoured everything. It was filled with an extremely violent energy that seemed like it would crush anything that got sucked into it. A strong sense of danger swept through his entire body. Instant space sword escape. In an instant, Chen Zong turned into a sword light and disappeared into the void. The whirlpool struck the place where Chen Zong was at, the two forces collided in the air. Yuan Chongshan's figure also arrived, but he missed. A beam of sword light suddenly appeared in the void and came from behind him. It was like a crescent moon, extremely sharp. Sword 5. Sword 5 was Chen Zong's most powerful move. Even with Yuan Chongshan's amazing physique, he didn't dare to take it head-on. Although Sword 5 was a move, it wasn't limited to a specific move. It could pierce, slash, or slice. It all depended on Chen Zong's application. He could do whatever he wanted, but its power wouldn't be weakened at all. Yuan Chongshan, who was under the effects of the giant origin tyrant body, was still very powerful. He instantly turned around and blocked Chen Zong's sword strike. Then, he immediately counterattacked. His fist energy swept up a terrifying storm and blasted out. Junior brother seems to be lacking an ultimate move. Wang Yeli couldn't help but say as he watched the evenly matched battle. Chen Zong also realized this. In the past, the heart refinement sword art was extremely powerful. But now, it couldn't injure Yuan Chongshan. It wasn't that the heart refinement sword art wasn't strong enough. It was just that Yuan Chongshan's battle prowess was shocking. After all, as a Taoist of the giant Yuan Purple Extreme Palace, he definitely wasn't weak. Moreover, Yuan Chongshan's talent was considered top-notch among the three Taoists. If he had a killing move that could instantly burst out with an even stronger attack power, he might be able to defeat his opponent. On the other hand, Yuan Chongshan couldn't do anything to Chen Zong. Both sides were completely evenly matched in this battle. Yuan Chongshan was unwilling to accept the result. His original intention was to defeat Chen Zong, but it seemed impossible now. Using the gigantic origin tyrant body consumed an astonishing amount of energy. It couldn't be used as a conventional method. Then, the final strike. Jiyuan Jidao. As Yuan Chongshan roared, a red light exploded out from his powerful body and condensed into a 10-meter-tall figure. He had gathered all of his power and surpassed his limits. One punch. This was a punch that contained all the power of Yuan Chong Mountain, and it was also the last punch. Its power was extremely terrifying. Just the fist force alone felt like a mountain had condensed. The Yuan underworld and Tao manipulation realms all around found it difficult to breathe. This punch brought more pressure to Chen Zong than ever before. It was suffocating, and a strong sense of crisis was ringing like an alarm bell. Furthermore, Chen Zong discovered that the pressure of this punch was extremely shocking. It seemed to have affected the space around him, preventing him from using the instant space sword to escape into the void. Chen Zong had a hunch that if he was hit, he would definitely be injured, but it would be difficult for him to avoid it. Great Heavenly Cycle Sword Realm. Without any hesitation, Chen Zong immediately made the most accurate response. Sword light spread out, and the sword field enveloped Chen Zong, turning into a sword realm that firmly protected him. The punch struck the great heavenly cycle sword realm, causing it to tremble incessantly. The sword flashes seemed to shatter countless times, but the other sword flashes rapidly replenished them, forming an internal and external cycle. They managed to withstand the punch without being destroyed. After 3 breaths, the fist force weakened and failed to break the great heavenly cycle sword realm. However, Chen Zong also knew that the great heavenly cycle sword realm had reached its limit. If it had lasted 1 more breath, it would have been broken. This showed how terrifying the power of that punch was. Yuan Chongshan's body shrunk and returned to its original size. His face was slightly pale, and he didn't have much energy left. As for Chen Zong, his energy had also been greatly depleted, and he also didn't have much energy left to fight. Thank you. Chen Zong cupped his fists. I hope your cultivation improves as soon as possible. When the time comes, we can fight with all our strength. Although Yuan Chongshan had expended a lot of energy, his eyes still shone with a shocking luster. Limiting my cultivation never makes me feel satisfied. As he spoke, Yuan Chongshan turned around and jumped down from the arena. In the end, he still couldn't defeat Chen Zong. In fact, Yuan Chongshan was a little dissatisfied. It was different from what he had expected before the battle. However, he still felt a little lucky. He had limited his cultivation, which caused some of his techniques to be unable to be fully unleashed. The power of his techniques was also reduced. For example, the giant Yuan tyrannical body. If he had used it at his peak, it would have been even more powerful. It's a draw. Someone sighed. A draw? I don't think so. It looks like a draw, but the third Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace should have the upper hand. After all, his cultivation is at the upper level of the Origin Demon Realm. However, Yuan Chongshan isn't. Although he limited his cultivation, his techniques are still incomparable to the upper level of the Greater Success Divine Body Realm. Someone analyzed in more detail. No matter what, the outcome of this battle wasn't determined. It was a draw. At least on the surface, it didn't affect the harmony between the two parties. After witnessing this battle, those who originally wanted to fight Chen Zong gave up on the idea. At least, they didn't have any confidence in defeating Chen Zong if they were at the same cultivation level. It might even be difficult for them to maintain a draw. I believe what Master said even more now, Wang Luli said. He was relatively familiar with his eldest senior brother. He knew that his eldest senior brother wouldn't have been so strong when he was at the same cultivation level as Chen Zong. In that case, there was a high chance that his youngest junior brother would surpass his eldest senior brother in the future. After the battle with Yuan Chongshan, Chen Zong left quickly. Although there was no victory or defeat in this battle, it had given him a lot of inspiration. In addition to the previous comprehension, he needed time to organize and comprehend it. After Chen Zong left, the battle continued. However, gradually, some people took their leave and left. In the palace, Chen Zong began to cultivate in seclusion. Chen Zong didn't know how long he would spend in seclusion this time, but it didn't matter. In short, he had to do his best to improve himself. First of all, he had to reap the benefits of the Path Disciple ceremony. How much had he improved after comprehending the profound mysteries of the Great Path? Without hesitation, Chen Zong released the Heart Sword domain. 10,000 meters. It wasn't the limit. It continued to expand. 11,000 meters. It wasn't the limit either. It continued to expand. 12,000 meters. The limit. In just a short moment, Chen Zong's Heart Sword domain had increased from 10,000 meters to 12,000 meters. This was the second-level Sword Dao domain, and Chen Zong was only at the high-level Yuan Underworld realm. If it was used to upgrade the first-level Great Path domain, it would at least increase by 5,000 meters. Of course, this was only for Chen Zong. It might not be the case for others. The world domain released was also 12,000 meters. Then, Chen Zong began to create the sixth Sword of the Heart Refining Sword Art, which was Sword 6. The upper limit of the Sword Dao domain that Sword 5 could accommodate was 9,999 meters. It had reached the limit of the first-level sword domain and was close to the threshold of the second-level sword domain. Its power was much stronger than Sword 4's. If Yuan Chongshan hadn't used the colossal origin tyrant body and reached the second level, he wouldn't have been able to resist it. Now that the Heart Sword domain was at the second level, Sword 5 couldn't withstand it. It could only be improved to a stronger sword technique, which was the so-called Sword 6. Sword 6 started with the second-level sword domain that was 10,000 meters. Chernzong had comprehended it before, but because of his cultivation base, Chernzong hadn't been able to successfully create Sword 6. After all, it was far more difficult to fully master the second-level sword domain than the first-level sword domain. If Chernzong had been at the magical power realm, it would have been a different story. It would have been a piece of cake. Now, Chernzong was confident. He was 100% sure that everything came from what he had comprehended at the ceremony of the Taoist. Countless mysteries emerged and bloomed in the spirit sea like flowing lights. Chernzong captured them all. Sword 6. In an instant, Chernzong used his finger as a sword and merged it with the Heart Sword domain that was 10,000 meters long. He slashed out with his sword. As soon as he attacked, Chernzong felt the difference. Although it was only 1 meter more than the Sword 5's limit, its power was more than doubled. This was only a 1-meter difference, but it brought about a multiplication of power. The difference was very obvious. If Chernzong had mastered Sword 6 in the battle with Yuan Chongshan, he should have been able to defeat him. 9,999 meters was the limit of Sword 5, and 10,000 meters was the starting point of Sword 6. This meant that Sword 6's power could still be improved. The Heart Sword domain that was 12,000 meters long merged. Sword 6. Using his finger as a sword, he slashed out. The finger force pierced through the air and pierced through everything. The extremely bright sword light flashed and disappeared. Chernzong's keen perception and power were even stronger. The power of the sword domain that was 12,000 meters long had increased a lot compared to the sword domain that was 10,000 meters long. Although it was not doubled, it was several times more powerful. Once Sword 6 was completed, Chernzong's attack power was even stronger. His limit combat power was also increased. Next, Chernzong consolidated Sword 6 and raised it to the point where it could not be improved any further. Then, he began to comprehend the Great World Sword technique. The world domain also reached 12,000 meters. The second level was even more powerful and could create even more powerful sword move. The Boundless Earth Sword could merge with the world domain that was 9,999 meters long. Its suppressive power was amazing. After the Earth Sword was the ocean, which was even more vast than the Earth Sword. The world domain spread out and covered all directions. Countless phantoms appeared. Immediately, the other phantoms gradually faded. The clearest one was the ocean. It was a blue ocean that seemed to stretch as far as the eye could see. The waves were turbulent and mighty. At times, it was quiet and deep like a huge sapphire. At other times, it rolled up thousands of waves as if it was going to destroy everything. It was changeable and unpredictable. Countless spiritual lights emerged and finally gathered into one. Chernzong's eyes shone brightly. There seemed to be a vast ocean in the depths of his eyes. Using his finger as a sword, he waved it in an instant. It was not a sword that was swung out, but water. The deep blue light of the water rippled and spread, turning into a vast ocean. The vast ocean was endless, covering all directions. In an instant, the entire palace seemed to be filled with blue seawater, and the waves of the ocean surged endlessly. Within it, there was an extremely tyrannical power. That power was filled with the ability to suppress and attack. It would continuously suppress and weaken those who fell into it, causing them to fall into a state of despair. It would be difficult for them to break free and escape. Chapter 2331. Author's Note: I'll continue to explode today. First update: please receive more monthly vote. The Taoist ceremony was over, but the aftermath was still there. As the people of the various cosmic realm states left Will Heavenly Palace and returned to their respective sects, the news continued to spread along the way. For a time, the entire void was talking about this matter. Many cosmic system states also received the news from various channels and were very curious about it. First, Will Heavenly Palace had always been very mysterious. Many forces were curious and wanted to know more about it. Second, the Taoist ceremony wasn't a small matter. The more they knew, the better they could avoid offending the Taoist ceremony unknowingly or carelessly. Yuan sect, Yuan star system. The third Taoist, Chernzong. The sect master of Yuan sect and the other upper echelons were shocked when they heard the news. Is it the same name? A vice sect master couldn't believe it. The Taoist of Will Heavenly Palace was like the godson of Yuan sect. Of course, this was only a representation of the status within a faction. When it came to the true level, the two were very different. It was like the young city lord of a small city and the crown prince of a dynasty. In the small city, the young city lord had a very high position. In the dynasty, the crown prince also had a very high position. It was a relative position. However, the young city lord of a small city couldn't be compared to the crown prince of a dynasty. The people of a Yuan sect couldn't believe it. The Chernzong they knew was indeed a true disciple of Will Heavenly Palace and was indeed very talented. However, a Taoist and a true disciple were two different concepts. Therefore, they couldn't believe that the third Taoist, Chernzong, was the Chernzong they knew. I have a feeling that this should be the Chernzong we know. Su Luan smiled. Although he didn't believe it himself, he still had a feeling. How shocking! The sect master of Yuan sect sighed. He didn't know what to feel. Back then, Chernzong was only at the Tao manipulation realm, which was a relatively low level among the Tao manipulation realm. But now, according to the information he'd gathered, not only had Chernzong become the third Tao child of the Heavenly Will Palace, he'd even fought with the third Tao child of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiyuan. Despite being at the same level of cultivation, he wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the third Tao child. Based on what they knew, both sides had used high-level Yuan underworld cultivators in that battle. If this was really the Chernzong they knew, it would be too shocking. It had only been a few years since he had gone from the low-level Tao controlling realm to the high-level Yuanming realm. They couldn't imagine how he had cultivated. Thinking about himself, even though his fighting prowess had increased over the years, he still hadn't achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation. In comparison, he felt so ashamed that he could dig a hole and hide in it. Such discussions took place everywhere in the Yuan sect. For a time, the name Chernzong became famous in the void. Haha, what a coincidence! My son was just born, so I named him Chernzong. Some people took advantage of the situation and named their children Chernzong, hoping that their children would be as outstanding in the future. My son has already been named Chernzong. Someone else snorted, his tone full of bragging. Your surname isn't Chen. Who said that one can't be named Chernzong just because their surname isn't Chen? Remember, my son's name is Chernzong. This was also normal. Whenever someone became famous in the void, there would always be many people who would give their descendants the same or similar names, hoping to borrow luck and place their hopes on a beautiful wish. Chernzong didn't feel much about becoming famous in the void. No matter how great his reputation was, if he didn't have enough strength to support it, it would be like a castle in the air. Without a foundation, it would become a burden. During his seclusion, Chernzong had completely grasped the mysteries of the Great Path that he had comprehended at the Path Disciple ceremony. He could also control the Heart Sword domain and the Realm domain with ease. The sixth sword of the heart refining sword art and the boundless vast ocean of the great world sword art had also been perfected to the extreme. When the realm domain was stronger and filled in, the power of the sword moves would also be stronger. However, Chen Zong didn't come out of seclusion. Instead, he continued to cultivate. The next step was the main focus of this seclusion. Sword World. First, he had to compress the realm domain. The insights that he had gained during the Path Disciple ceremony allowed Chen Zong to find the clue to compressing the realm domain. It was easier to get started. Everything was difficult at the beginning. Once he got started, he would have to keep trying. Even if he failed again and again, every failure was preparation and accumulation for success. In addition to his own efforts, he also had the help of the demon heart divine spirit, so the probability of success was even higher. Cultivating Sword World, the realm domain replaced the realm core and compressed the realm core into the appearance of the realm core. The realm core was the core left behind by the world, where the essence of the world lay. It was the same principle to compress the realm core into the appearance of the realm core. Chen Zong released the realm domain. The realm domain of 12,000 meters was fully activated. In an instant, the illusory image in the realm domain rapidly solidified. Forests, mountains, rivers, swamps, and everything else were becoming real. In the sky, wisps of clouds were growing, condensing into white clouds that fluttered in the sky. A great sun rose, blooming with boundless light that illuminated the earth. When the blazing sun continued to revolve and set in the west, another cold moon rose in the eastern sky. It traversed the sky and emitted a faint moonlight. It was gentle, cold, and deep. Sparse starlight dotted the sky as if blinking eyes. The sun rose and the moon set. The moon set and the sun rose. Day and night alternated. Immediately, the white clouds seemed to be dyed by thick ink and turned into a cloudless sky. It was gloomy and oppressive. Thunder rumbled and rain fell from the sky. Clouds and rain fell, and the sun shone. The leaves gradually turned yellow, and the air was filled with desolation. Autumn had arrived. The leaves fell and returned to their root. The temperature in the air dropped, and gradually, white snow fell. Autumn went and winter came. Then, spring thunder rumbled, spring rain fell, and new shoots sprouted. This was winter going and spring arriving. There was a rainstorm and a scorching sun in the sky. The shoots grew into dense branches and leaves. Summer had arrived. The sun and moon alternated, the cycle of day and night, and the rotation of the 4 seasons. This was the appearance of a complete world. This was also the limit that Chen Zong could achieve now. It was time to compress. The world domain of 12,000 meters began to compress inwardly under Chen Zong's extremely tyrannical spiritual will, with Chen Zong as the center. This was compression, not contraction. Compression was to make the world domain more condensed, and contraction was to put it away. The concepts were different. At first, the compression speed was very fast. 12,000 meters became 11,000 meters, and then it quickly became 10,000 meters. Although the domain had shrunk, its power did not weaken at all. Instead, it became stronger. The rivers, lakes, forests, mountains, the sun, the moon, and the stars in the world domain became clearer and more condensed. 9,000 meters. As it continued to compress, the speed became slower and slower. This was because Chen Zong could feel that the resistance of the compression was getting stronger and stronger. It seemed that there was an invisible force growing inside and constantly growing, preventing him from compressing the world domain. This was inevitable and also existed in the deduction. Chen Zong was also very clear that as it continued to compress, the resistance would become greater and greater, and the difficulty would become greater and greater. But in any case, he had to face the resistance and compress the world domain to the limit. What was the limit in the deduction? 1 meter. Only 1 meter. It was amazing to compress a world domain of 12,000 meters to 1 meter. The gap was 12,000 times, but the difficulty was not as simple as that. 8,000 meters. 7,000 meters. The world domain was constantly being compressed. When it was compressed to 6,000 meters, the shadow inside was almost condensed into a real substance, and the aura it emitted gradually became obvious. At the same time, Chen Zong could feel that the power of the world domain had more than doubled. Its suppression power was appalling. 5,000 meters. 4,000 meters. 3,000 meters. 2,000 meters. 1,000 meters. When it was compressed to 1,000 meters, the resistance soared more than 10 times, and Chen Zong began to feel the pressure. At the same time, when Chen Zong was compressed to 1,000 meters, suddenly, a terrible force erupted directly inside the world domain. This force was so sudden and so abrupt that Chen Zong did not notice it for a while and had no time to guard against it. In an instant, the world domain of 900 meters directly exploded under this force. At the critical moment, Chen Zong quickly released the world domain and quickly restored it to its original state. All the rivers, mountains, sun, moon, stars, and so on inside exploded under the force and turned into chaos. That was close. Chen Zong couldn't help wiping away the cold sweat on his forehead. If he hadn't reacted in time, the world domain would have exploded and directly injured him. Fortunately, he was fast enough. After calming down, Chen Zong adjusted his breath, recovered his essence, and compressed again. With the experience of the first failure, Chen Zong paid more attention. Not long after, it was compressed to 1,000 meters again. This time, he was prepared. Chen Zong immediately strengthened his control, resisted the sudden violent force impact, and stabilized the compressed world domain. He continued to compress. 900 meters. The resistance soared, but there was no sudden explosion. 800 meters. 700 meters. In this way, time continued to pass. At first, the speed of compression was very fast, but now the speed of compression was greatly reduced. Chen Zong felt that a long time had passed before he succeeded in further compression. 300 meters. 200 meters. 100 meters. Suddenly, a force more violent than before suddenly emerged and erupted directly, more than twice as strong as before. Even if Chen Zong was prepared, his control was still broken. Chen Zong immediately released the world domain and restored it at an amazing speed. Everything inside was shattered, and the counterforce swept inside like a destructive storm. That kind of terrible aura shocked Chen Zong. If he fell into it, he was afraid that it would be very dangerous. Exhaling a long breath, Chen Zong first recovered his essence, qi, and spirit. When all the consumed power reached the peak, he did not continue to compress. Instead, he got up and practiced swordsmanship as a way to adjust. After that, when he completely recovered his essence, qi, and spirit, he released the world domain again and compressed it again. Chapter 2332. Second update, more coming later. Failure. Compress again. Failure. Compress again. Over and over again, there was no shortcut. The reason why he failed so many times was that when it was compressed to 10 meters, the instantaneous eruption of power was too shocking. Even if Chen Zong was prepared for it, it was still difficult to resist. The impact under the eruption was so fast and fierce that it almost shattered the world domain completely and injured Chen Zong himself. It was like walking on a tightrope with a mountain of knives and a sea of fire below. His life was in danger at any time. He was fighting with his future and life. However, the path of cultivation was like this. It was impossible for everything to be smooth sailing, and one would not be able to become a genius. Only by working hard and struggling could one create a world that belonged to oneself, making a name for oneself and reaching the peak. After many failures, Chen Zong could only stop and look for the reason. Your divine spirit was once divided into two and has not fully recovered yet. The god's demon heart found a reason. As for whether it was true or not, it was not 100% sure. Back then, Chernzong had divided his divine spirit into two in order to break through to the origin demon realm and the phenomenal divine body realm at the same time. Although he had deliberately looked for ways to replenish and restore his divine spirit, the results were not very good. There were some divine medicines in the Will Heavenly Palace that could restore one's divine spirit, but the effects were more ordinary. At least, they could not completely restore Chernzong's divine spirit to its original state. Of course, it was not exactly restored. Chernzong's divine spirit had been divided into two, so when added together, it was a complete divine spirit. However, Chernzong's goal was to restore the divine spirit that had been divided into two to its original state. In fact, it would be doubled. That was not so simple. Therefore, until now, Chernzong's divine spirit had not reached its original state. Could it be that this had become a flaw in his current state? Although the strength of the two divine spirits after the division was the same as before, it was now divided and could not be combined again. In other words, a single divine spirit now was not as complete as before. Perhaps it was really because of this reason. If it was because of this reason that the world domain could not be truly compressed to 10 meters, Chernzong did not have any good ideas. It seemed that he would have to postpone cultivating the sword world again. Chernzong felt a little regretful, but there was nothing he could do about it. There were indeed very few divine medicines for the divine spirit. Even if there were, most of them were relatively ordinary and had little effect on Chernzong's current divine spirit. It seemed that he could only go out and search by himself. Perhaps he could find it by going to various dangerous and even forbidden lands to try his luck. However, before he left, the demon heart suggested that Chernzong should cultivate a killing move. The sword technique of heart refinement and the Great World sword technique were indeed very powerful, but they were only used as a more conventional means of combat. They could be used in a high-intensity battle. However, when they encountered a powerful opponent, such as Yuan Chongshan, they could not determine the outcome of the battle in one go. However, if he had a killing move, he might be able to end the battle in a short time. It was necessary to have a powerful killing move. In the Mind Image Pavilion of the Will Heavenly Palace, there were many divine abilities. Chernzong could choose one that was suitable for him to cultivate. In the memories of the Sword Master of the East Court, there were naturally some killing moves. However, those were divine abilities that belonged to the Sword Mountain of the East Court. Chernzong usually only used them as references, not as his main cultivation. He was a Taoist of the Will Heavenly Palace, and he had a strong mind and so on. Of course, he had to choose a killing move that was very suitable for him. Only then could he exert his advantages to the extreme. Now that Chernzong's mind was even stronger, he could stay in the Mind Image Pavilion for a longer time. After a round of selection, Chernzong found a Sword Dao divine ability that he was satisfied with as his killing move. He fully activated the 10 intents of one heart. With Chernzong's accumulation and superb comprehension, coupled with the amazing effect of the Mind Image Sutra, Chernzong comprehended the secret of the killing move in a short time and proceeded to cultivate it. Chernzong had surpassed the second level of the 10 intents of one heart, but he had not reached the third level of the 100 intents of one heart. It was too difficult. In the Heart Palace, there were a total of 6 people cultivating the Mind Image Sutra, from Heart Holy Master to Chernzong. Only Heart Holy Master had reached the 4th level of the 1000 intents of one heart. As for the 100 intents of one heart, only senior brother Luo Beichuan had reached it. The remaining 4 were all at the 2nd level of the 10 intents of one heart. Even second senior brother Wang Changjiang, who was at the Transcendent Realm, was at the 10 intents of one heart. Of course, there were differences in the 10 intents of one heart. The difference was the difference between the 10 of one heart and the 100 of one heart. Chernzong came out of seclusion after cultivating the killing move to the great accomplishment stage. As soon as he came out, he was stopped by third senior sister Yu Wuxia. Junior brother, let's go and explore the secret territory together. Yu Wuxia was very direct. In the past, Chernzong's cultivation base was low and his battle strength was weak. There was a huge gap between him and Yu Wuxia, so Yu Wuxia did not invite him to explore the secret territory together. After all, with such a huge gap in strength, it was equivalent to taking care of him in disguise. That kind of experience would not have any effect at all and would instead become a burden to each other. But now, Chernzong's cultivation base and strength were close to Yu Wuxia's. Although he was still not her opponent, it was enough to explore the secret territory together as a teammate. Especially after seeing the battle between Chernzong and Yuan Chongshan, Yu Wuxia knew that Chernzong's battle strength was stronger than when they had fought before. Chernzong was also planning to explore the secret territory. Since third senior sister had invited him, he would go along. Besides third senior sister, fourth senior sister was also going along. This was because fourth senior sister's cultivation base was also at the perfected Yuan underworld realm. Although her battle strength was not as good as third senior sister's, she was not weak either. In addition, fourth senior sister had discovered the secret territory. She had entered it herself but had not been able to complete it because she was not strong enough. This time, she had returned for Chernzong's third Dao disciple ceremony to invite her fellow senior brothers to explore the secret territory together. It seems to be a secret territory left behind from the ancient era. Chernzong's eyes lit up slightly. The current era was divided into the Archaic Era, Ancient Era, Middle Era, and Near Ancient Era. The current era was the Near Ancient Era, while the ancient Netherworld ruins were the Middle Era. What was the difference between the Ancient Era and the Ancient Era? Perhaps he might even find a divine medicine that could completely restore his spirit. Of course, this was just a thought. Whether he could find it or not was still unknown. However, such divine medicines had always been rare and difficult to obtain. Chernzong planned to explore the secret territory and try his luck to find it. The three of them hit it off and immediately set off. As for preparations, there was no need to deliberately prepare anything. Everyone had a lot of elixirs and the like. Naturally, the three of them could not use the Great Void Shift formation. Every time it was activated, it would consume a lot of energy. Even though the Will Heavenly Palace was rich and imposing, it could not afford to do so. They rode on Chernzong's evanescent spaceship. After all, it was a top-grade spaceship. Chernzong could already fly at full speed and activate the 100-year Void Shuttle, so it was still very fast. The evanescent spaceship rapidly left the Will Heavenly Palace and flew towards the secret territory that Xiaoying Fei had discovered. According to Xiaoying Fei, the secret territory was located at the edge of the southern void. It was located in the void belt between two star domains. Generally, the secret territories located in the void belt were the kind that were more hidden and difficult to find. This was because cultivators rarely stayed in the void belt. There was almost no yuan qi in the void belt. Once one's energy was depleted, it was difficult to absorb yuan qi from the outside world to replenish it. Because of this, the secret territories located in the void belt were often harder to find. Every time they were discovered, it was usually due to some accident. For example, someone was being chased and fled into the void belt. They accidentally discovered the secret territory and entered it. Most of the time, that was the case. As for how Xiaoying Fei discovered the secret territory, Yu Wuxia laughed directly. Xiaoying Fei, on the other hand, looked a little embarrassed. This was because Xiaoying Fei had discovered the secret territory because she had lost her way. Originally, she wanted to pass through the void belt. However, her confusion kicked in and she lost her direction. Unexpectedly, she found the secret territory. Regarding this, Chernzong did not know how to describe his mood. Fortunately, Xiaoying Fei had just suggested that she drive the void-flying ship, and third senior sister had stopped her in time. Otherwise, this time, an accident might have happened and they would have run to another place. However, although Xiaoying Fei was confused, the location she had pointed out was not wrong. It was fine as long as she did not lead the way directly. The void-flying ship flew at an astonishing speed along the predetermined route. Chernzong steered the void-flying ship while meditating and cultivating. As for Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei, of course, they did not relax in the slightest. No matter what kind of personality they had, they were very clear about one thing. That was, their own strength was the most important thing. It was the biggest reliance. Everything else could only be a kind of support. Fortunately, the location Xiaoying Fei had pointed out was not wrong. The void-flying ship arrived at the void belt and also at the entrance of the secret territory. The three of them quickly flew out of the void-flying ship. Chernzong used his mind, and the void-flying ship was also kept by Chernzong in the 9 heavenly rings. Although the location was correct, it was not very accurate. Next, they naturally had to find the entrance of the secret territory accurately. This entrance was very hidden. The three of them split up and searched. On one side, Chernzong found that Yu Wuxia was still paying attention to Xiaoying Fei's movements from time to time, because she was worried that Xiaoying Fei would run in the wrong direction again. The three of them did not search for long before they finally found the entrance of the secret territory. When they did not find it, it was very difficult to discover. But when they found it, it was very clear and conspicuous. It was very strange. It could only be said that this entrance was very well hidden. However, this was also a good thing. At least it was guaranteed that it would not be easily found by others. The possibility of others discovering it would be lower. Naturally, there would be fewer competitors, which meant that they could obtain more benefit. Enter. Yu Wuxia took the lead and entered first, followed by Xiaoying Fei and finally Chernzong. Chapter 2333. Third update. The aura was completely different from the aura of the void in the outside world, and it was also different from the aura of the ancient Hadean ruins that Chernzong had been to. The aura was mysterious, deep, vicissitude, and ancient. It was possible for Xiaoying Fei to suspect that it was a ruin from the Antiquity Age, because the aura was clearly not from the recent age. The cultivation of the Middle Age was mainly based on meditation cultivation, so the aura should also be based on death qi. However, there was no death qi in this place. Instead, the aura felt mysterious and deep. According to the records that I've read, the Middle Age was mainly based on meditation cultivation, while the Archean Age was mainly based on God cultivation. Chernzong seemed to be talking to himself, but his voice was also heard by Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei. Yes, that's why I think this is a ruin from the Archean Age, Xiaoying Fei replied. Indeed, judging from the aura alone, it seemed possible, but it could not be confirmed. The God cultivation in the Archean Age was not based on Qi cultivation, nor was it based on body cultivation. Instead, it was based on the cultivation of the soul. As for whether it was a direct cultivation of the soul or a power that was based on the soul, it was not clear. Even in the many records that Chernzong had read, there were no detailed record. After all, there was still the Middle Ages between the Archean Age and the Modern Age. After 2 calamities, only a small part of the Archean Age could survive until the Middle Ages. However, by the time the Middle Ages arrived, it had already become a fringe, and was no longer the mainstream way of cultivation. This was because the mainstream cultivation method in the Middle Age was meditation cultivation. From the Middle Age to the recent age, even the inheritance of meditation cultivation had become rare, let alone the inheritance of the Archean Age. Even the records of information about it had become extremely rare. However, if this was really a mystery land left behind from the Archean age, perhaps the hope of recovering his soul lay here. God cultivation. It was a cultivation method that was related to the soul. The three of them chatted as they walked inside. This mystic realm was very peculiar. It looked like a dilapidated city. The place where Chen Zong and the other two entered was outside the city gate. They could clearly see that the huge city gate had collapsed. It was at least 100 meters high. If it was intact, it would have been very majestic. Chen Zong and the other two also realized that the dilapidated city was floating in the void. In front of them was a half-collapsed city gate, and behind them was an endless darkness, like an abyss. The abyss-like darkness gave Chen Zong and the others a sense of dread, as if they would die if they fell into it. No one has come. Although Xiang Fei would get confused and lose her way, in terms of observation, she was very subtle and unique. This was exactly what she was good at. With just a glance, Xiang Fei was very sure that other than herself, no other cultivator had discovered this place. This was undoubtedly good news for the three of them. After making all the preparations, the three of them stepped into the city gate in a flash. As soon as they entered the city gate, they immediately felt as if they had entered a different world. The mysterious aura became more and more intense, filling the air. Wisps of it seemed to have formed a fog. Chen Zong keenly sensed that the fog had an indescribable spirituality, as if it was alive. However, it gave Chen Zong a strange feeling, as if it was very dangerous. It was like a snake. If one had to describe it, only Chen Zong could hear the voice of the devil's heart. His tone was serious, because the devil's heart instinctively felt that the aura here was unfavorable to him, and he should not show himself. "Junior sister, which direction did you go when you entered last time?" Yu Wuxia asked. "This direction." Xiang Fei seemed to be very sure that she pointed to the left, and then she immediately withdrew her hand. She looked a little confused again. "I don't think so. It should be this way." It should be that way." After changing directions several times, Xiang Fei finally became more confused and more confused. "Forget it." Yu Wuxia touched his forehead helplessly. "Let's go this way." Yu Wuxia was very decisive and directly pointed in a direction. Chen Zong did not care. After all, he did not know which direction was better. It was not wrong to choose a random direction. Xiang Fei didn't say anything about it. Anyway, she just looked confused. She just needed to follow him. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog and the stronger the aura, and the more mysterious it was. Wisps of gray brilliance filled the air. The more it was so, the more Chen Zong and the other two became vigilant. On the way here, Xiang Fei also told them about the situation she had encountered before. There was danger here, and the danger came from a mysterious thing, or a strange life form. Spirits and ghosts were probably similar. Anyway, it was not easy for Xiang Fei to explain clearly. It was just a general idea, and they could only understand it after experiencing it personally. Not long after, Chen Zong's sharp eyes discovered that there seemed to be a figure floating in front of them. Yes, it was not walking, but floating. It floated in the void, a few feet above the ground, and quickly approached them. "It's coming." Xiang Fei also discovered it and immediately reminded them. Yu Wuxia's eyes were full of light, like burning flames. His body flashed, and he directly turned into a ray of light and rushed over. As he got closer, Yu Wuxia could clearly see the figure floating in the air. It seemed to be a person, but at the same time, it felt somewhat illusory. His facial features were blurry, and there were faint fluctuations around him. His aura was mysterious and bizarre. Although its facial features were blurry, Yu Wuxia could still see that its eyes were deep and empty. When they looked at each other, it was as if it could suck in one's soul. Seeing Yu Wuxia approaching, the strange figure suddenly flashed, and the fluctuations around it became more intense. Vaguely, there seemed to be an extremely sharp and strange cry. That cry was very strange, to the extreme. It did not pass through the air, but directly sounded in Yu Wuxia's ears, and went straight to his soul. Yu Wuxia felt his spiritual ocean tremble slightly, as if there was an invisible force that was attacking his primordial spirit. If the intensity of this cry increased by a few times, it would be enough to completely shake the primordial spirit and attack the soul. When Yu Wuxia was attacked by the sharp cry, he immediately attacked. He punched out, and there was an extremely scorching power, like the attack of a raging fire, and instantly attacked. With just one punch, he had pierced through the strange figure. Through the hole, he could see what was behind it. However, it did not seem to be affected at all. Instead, its body flashed, as if it was as light as a feather, and like a flash of lightning, it directly attacked Yu Wuxia from the side. It raised a claw, and it tore through the sky, as if it wanted to tear Yu Wuxia's body apart. Seeing that his punch had penetrated the strange figure, but it did not affect it at all, Yu Wuxia was slightly surprised. However, his reaction was very fast, and he stepped back, just in time to avoid the strange figure's claw, and kicked out. The strength of the kick was extremely violent, and it immediately broke the strange figure into pieces. However, it was useless. The strange silhouette was not killed. Instead, it was cut into two halves. The upper half of its body attacked again. As the mist spread out, it turned into threads that connected the upper and lower halves. It was indeed very strange, and seemed to be even stranger than what Xiao Fei had described. It should be known that Yu Wuxia's punches and kicks were extremely violent. If one was hit, they would either die or be crippled, or at least be injured. However, the strange figure was hit and even broken, and it was not affected at all. Burn! With a shout, Yu Wuxia's fists suddenly burned with a ball of fire. The fire seemed to be red, but it also seemed illusory. Chernzong, who had fought with Yu Wuxia before, knew that this was a kind of flame evolved from the spiritual flame, and it was one of Yu Wuxia's unique skills. With the spiritual flame burning, Yu Wuxia attacked again. This time, the strange figure was hit and could not recover, and was killed after a few punches. The battle did not last long, or it could be said that it ended very quickly, and the strange figure disappeared into thin air. However, other than a battle, they did not gain anything else. The three of them continued to move forward, and they continued to encounter those strange figures. Yu Wuxia directly named them the ghost body, which was the abbreviation of the spirit body. Because the ghost body did not have a physical body, normal attacks would not be effective. Even if one used the power of qi cultivation to attack, the possibility of killing them was not high, unless one attacked many times and slowly exhausted them to death. However, if one used the power of the spiritual flame, the effect would be very good, and it would be easier to kill them. This was something that Xiao Fei had discovered when she first entered, and now Yu Wuxia and Chernzong had personally confirmed it. Although Chernzong and Xiao Fei did not have Yu Wuxia's unique spiritual flame, it was a kind of high-level application of the power of the spiritual flame. With superb comprehension and the help of the demon's spiritual flame, Chernzong could easily master a similar method. The power of the spiritual flame was condensed on the sword, and its lethality toward the ghost body was astonishing. Moreover, Chernzong's spiritual flame was already extremely strong, and it was not something that Xiao Fei and Yu Wuxia could compare to. Coupled with his astonishing recovery speed and the help of the second spiritual flame, he was many times stronger than Xiao Fei and Yu Wuxia. Killing specter bodies was not without its benefit. At the very least, after Chen Zonggang killed a specter body, he obtained a fragment. It was an irregular fragment that looked like a black crystal. From it, Chen Zonggang could feel the aura of a spirit. Chen Zong studied it and found that it did indeed contain the power of the spiritual flame, but it was very weak, only a wisp. It could be absorbed, and it seemed that it could also be used to replenish and improve the strength of the spiritual flame. However, to him, this wisp of spiritual flame was too weak. Even if he absorbed it, it would not be able to restore his spiritual flame. Throwing away the fragment that had turned pale because of the loss of a wisp of spiritual flame, Chen Zong was not depressed in the slightest. Instead, he revealed a smile. Because this meant that there was a high chance that there were treasures here that were beneficial to the spiritual flame. He might really be able to find treasures here that could restore his spiritual flame to its peak state. Perhaps at that time, he would be able to successfully compress the world domain to the limit and truly replace the heart of the world and cultivate the sword world. Chapter 2334. Fourth update. Continue writing. Try to post another update later. The abandoned city was filled with fog. It was not vitality or underworld chi, but an aura that leaned towards the spiritual level, suitable for the existence of ghost bodies. The deeper they went, the more ghost bodies there were. The stronger they were, the harder it was to kill them. In the beginning, under the support of the three people's mental strength, the ghost bodies could not withstand more than a few moves and would disappear. However, as time went on, the ghost bodies became stronger and stronger. Even if they were hit by the mental strength, they would only be slightly injured and would not be killed. Often, it would take more than 10 or even dozens of attacks to kill them. As the ghost bodies became stronger, the pressure on the three of them also increased. Xiang Fei's combat strength was the lowest, so the pressure was also the greatest. However, since the three of them were working together, they naturally would not sit by and watch Xiang Fei get injured. Under the joint efforts, the three of them still did not suffer any injuries. Chen Zong stood with his sword in hand. The divine light in his eyes was restrained. As the light flowed, he stared at the surroundings. His divine consciousness spread out and covered the entire area. However, his divine consciousness was also affected here. It was not as wide and clear as the outside world. The distance was even shorter than his own eyes. However, divine consciousness also had its benefit. At least within the range of coverage, it could detect abnormalities earlier than the eyes. After all, the eyes could not see behind, but divine consciousness could cover all directions. Yu Wuxia and Xiang Fei were recovering their mental strength. The intensity of the battle just now was very high. The two of them had used up a lot of their mental strength and were almost exhausted. However, Chen Zong's mental strength was stronger than others and his recovery speed was extremely fast. In addition, with the second mind as a supplement, less than half of his mental strength had been used up. As such, Chen Zong did not need to focus on recovering like Yu Wuxia and Xiang Fei. When Yu Wuxia and Xiang Fei's mental strength recovered, Chen Zong's mental strength also recovered on its own. Although it was not a wholehearted recovery, the speed of his recovery was also very shocking. It was completely comparable to Yu Wuxia and Xiang Fei's wholehearted recovery. They had been in the abandoned city for a period of time. Other than encountering ghost bodies, they did not encounter anything else. After killing the ghost body, most of the time there were no gains. Occasionally there would be fragments. Chen Zong named them soul fragments. According to the rules, the probability of obtaining a soul fragment after killing the ghost body was not high. Chen Zong calculated that the probability was about 1%. Therefore, up until now, Chen Zong had only obtained 3 soul fragments. Another rule was that the more powerful the ghost body was, the more powerful the soul fragment that appeared would be. Unfortunately, it was useless to him. He was not strong enough to replenish his spirit and recover to its peak. Since the three of them had fully recovered their mental strength, they continued forward. Even though they hadn't gained anything so far, it still gave them some hope. Since they were already here, they had to go all the way. Only by going all the way to the end would they know what they had gained. Generally speaking, in a secret realm like this that had not been entered by others, there would usually be some treasures and the like. In the abandoned city, other than half of the city walls that had collapsed, there were many buildings. The style of these buildings was very different from the style of the current city. It looked a little strange, but most of the houses had collapsed. Looking at the traces, they should have been directly destroyed by the battle or collapsed by the aftermath. No one knew what kind of battle had happened here back then. The time interval was too long. Chen Zong and the others couldn't see anything even after careful observation. Even Xiao Fei, who was the best at observing traces, could only make a very vague deduction. In short, it was a great battle. It was not a battle between one or two people, but a battle between many people. It was a battle between at least hundreds of experts. Many broken holes could be seen on the originally wide street. The small ones were a few meters wide, and the big ones were dozens of meters wide. Many of the ghost bodies that had appeared before had appeared from the holes. The larger the hole, the more tyrannical the ghost body was and the harder it was to kill. As for the reason, Chen Zong and the others did not know. However, Moxin had figured out that the ghost body was a unique non-living body that was formed by the aura of the remnant soul after a person's death. It did not have any spiritual intelligence, but it was aggressive. If this place was really a relic from the primordial age, then the cultivators here were god cultivators. What god cultivators cultivated was related to the power of the soul. Thus, after death, the remnant soul could absorb the aura here and more easily form a spirit body. Of course, this was just Moxin's speculation. As for whether it was true or not, he could not be 100% sure. A relatively complete pavilion appeared in front of the three of them. The pavilion was a few stories high and occupied a wide area. It was completely black and shrouded in a thick gray fog. It was faintly discernible, giving the three of them a mysterious and strange feeling. "Shall we go in?" Xiao Fei asked Chen Zong and Yu Wuxia. After all, she was the weakest among the three of them. If she encountered any danger that she could not defend herself, she would need Chen Zong and Yu Wuxia's help. "Let's go in." Yu Wuxia had never been afraid of challenges and said without hesitation. Chen Zong's opinion was to go in as well. Although this pavilion gave off a mysterious and strange feeling, there might be some kind of treasure inside. This time, Chen Zong walked in the front, Xiao Fei in the middle, and Yu Wuxia at the back. Chen Zong's perception was the sharpest. If there was any danger, he would be able to react immediately. He was faster than Yu Wuxia. As for Xiao Fei, her combat strength was relatively lower. She was in the middle and could be protected by the two of them. She could also support them at any time. The door of the pavilion was half open and half closed. Looking inside, it was pitch black, as if it would devour all life. The three of them were bold and daring. They entered directly. A cold and gloomy aura seemed to permeate their bodies. They shuddered, and the three of them became more vigilant. A strange change occurred. A dark shadow flashed. A cold light flashed. It carried an extreme murderous intent as it charged over at lightning speed. This attack was aimed directly at Chen Zong's side, aiming for Chen Zong's neck. However, Chen Zong had already noticed it. He shifted his feet slightly, and his body flashed to the side. A sword light pierced through the air. This sword carried the power of the mind. It flowed on the sword as it slashed through the air. The sword technique was exquisite. Not only did it dodge the attack of the cold light in an instant, but it also counterattacked with the sword. The attacker was the specter body. It was hidden in the darkness of the pavilion. It was extremely fast as lightning, and much stronger than the specter bodies they had encountered before. However, the strength of the specter body lay in its strangeness. It moved silently and attacked silently. It was impossible to guard against and difficult to kill. However, if one was hit, one's spirit would be impacted and shaken. It might even be injured directly. It was because of this strangeness that it was different from the cultivation path of the late ancient era. It was not easy to deal with and was difficult to deal with. However, if the power of the specter bodies was converted, They were only at the Dao manipulation realm, or even the ordinary Yuan underworld realm. Of course, if they were really at the Dao manipulation realm or the low-level Yuan underworld realm, they could easily kill Chenzong and the other two without using much power. However, the specter bodies were different. They were very strange and very difficult to kill. Even if they used the power of the mind, the lethality was actually limited. If they used qi refinement or body tempering power, the lethality would be even lower. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. The cultivation path was different, especially when it was a difference of two small eras. The environment here was also different from the outside world. To Chenzong and the other two, this was an unfamiliar place. It wasn't their home ground and they had no advantage. On the contrary, the specter bodies had an advantage. Sword light flickered. In just an instant, Chenzong had slashed out hundreds of times, each strike hitting the specter body. The specter bodies were fast, strange, and silent. They were very difficult to deal with for most cultivators. However, this was not the case for Chenzong. This was because Chenzong's perception was very strong and he could sense the movements of the specter bodies. It was as if the specter bodies were exposed to the light of day. Yu Wuxia reacted quickly with hundreds of consecutive strikes. She punched out with both fists and the power of the mind turned into flames. She cooperated with Chenzong and immediately scattered the specter bodies. This wasn't a sparring challenge, so there was no need to be particular about it. They could only attack together and kill the specter bodies in the shortest time possible. This way, they could shorten the time and reduce their energy consumption to deal with any dangers that might appear at any time. After killing the specter bodies, more specter bodies appeared. There were more than a dozen of them, appearing like a pack of wolves. They surrounded Chenzong and the other two and attacked without stopping. Great world sword art, boundless vast sea. In an instant, Chenzong brandished his sword and the sword light turned into a vast sea with surging waves. Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei were slightly stunned. This was the first time they had seen Chenzong use such a sword move. It was as if his entire body was in the middle of a vast sea. The seawater around him was rippling and sparkling. It was so lifelike that they seemed to be able to smell the scent of the sea. The dozen specter bodies were directly covered by the boundless vast sea. It was as if they were suppressed and couldn't move for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the three of them attacked with all their might. The power of the mind was quickly depleted. Kill, kill, kill. The dozen specter bodies were all killed, leaving behind 3 spiritual fragments. They divided the spiritual fragments equally, one for each person. Chenzong sensed it and found that the spiritual fragments contained more power than the ones he had obtained before. However, it was still not enough to recover his spiritual soul. Furthermore, the more soul fragments Chenzong came into contact with, the more he discovered that the power he thought was soul energy contained in them did not seem to be pure soul energy. Instead, it seemed to be similar. It was a unique power similar to the power of the soul and the power of divine sense. After killing the dozen specter bodies, the 3 of them slowly explored the first level. They didn't find any treasures. They went up the stairs to the second level and felt that the light was even dimmer. The entrance to the second level was as eerie as the gates of hell. "Why don't we not go up?" Xiao Fei was a little scared and said softly. "No." Yu Wuxia said decisively and decisively. Chapter 2335. Fifth update. Today's outburst ends. If you enter the top 40 in the monthly votes tomorrow, you will have another day of outbursts. There were a total of 3 floors in this pavilion. Chenzong and the other 2 passed through the first floor and entered the second floor. There were still many specter entities on the second floor, nearly twice as many as on the first floor. Chenzong immediately suppressed the specter entities with a single move of the infinite sea. This was the strongest sword of the world domain. The second world domain had a range of 12,000 meters, and its suppressive power was extremely strong. It was many times stronger than the first world domain. Coupled with the mysteries of the boundless sea, this level of ghost body, no matter how strange it was unable to resist the suppressive power of the boundless sea. With the suppression of the infinite sea, the three of them attacked with all their might and quickly killed the specter entities, obtaining some soul fragments. Chen Zong discovered that the probability of obtaining soul fragments from killing the specter entities in this pavilion seemed to be much higher. They still did not find any treasures on the second floor, so they went straight to the stairs on the third floor. Before stepping onto the third floor, the dark and deep aura made Chen Zong and Yu Wuxia feel wary, let alone Xiaoying Fei. However, since they had already come this far, there was no reason to turn back. With an extremely vigilant mind, Chen Zong took the lead and stepped onto the third floor. When they really stepped onto the third floor, they did not encounter any attacks, which made Chen Zong and the other two secretly surprised. This was because when they stepped onto the first and second floors, they were immediately attacked by the specter entities. Living beings. Suddenly, an ethereal and distant voice sounded, as if it had pierced through endless time and space. It sounded like a sigh, making Chen Zong, Yu Wuxia, and Xiaoying Fei tremble involuntarily. They felt a chill run down their spines, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. It was an indescribable feeling of trembling. Living beings. The second voice sounded, but it did not sound like a sigh at all. Instead, it sounded like a roar, a fierce roar, an angry roar. Living beings. The third voice sounded. Not only was it a fierce and angry roar, but it also contained a shocking murderous aura. It directly made Chen Zong and the other two's souls shake, as if they were being shaken out of their primordial spirits. Terrifying, extremely terrifying. An extreme sense of danger rose in the hearts of the three in an instant. It swept out like a storm. In an instant, it was like a destructive flood that had broken through a dam, destroying everything. Chen Zong, in particular, felt his blood run cold and his soul tremble. His senses of danger were flashing crazily. He saw it. The three of them saw it one after another. On the third floor, which was the highest floor of the pavilion, there weren't that many spirit bodies. Instead, there was a figure sitting on a wide chair. The figure was dark and deep, as if it was the source of darkness on the third floor. Endless darkness aura continuously spread out from its body, filling the third floor, the second floor, and finally the first floor. Chen Zong's sharp eyes also noticed something else. This figure was different from the specter body from before. It was actually covered in armor. Get up. The armored ghost body got up. As it got up, the entire pavilion seemed to shake, as if it was about to be uprooted from the ground. This armored ghost body was more than 2 meters tall and was more than 2 meters tall. It didn't float in the air, but stepped on the floor of the third floor. The moment it took a step, the entire pavilion shook with a bang. The primordial spirits of Chen Zong and the other two couldn't help but shake as well. Grand World Sword Technique. Boundless Sea. Without hesitation, Chen Zong swung his sword. The sword light quickly spread like a surging wave. In an instant, it covered the entire pavilion and the armored ghost body. Suppress. The extremely powerful suppressive force seemed to be suppressing the armored ghost body, making it unable to move, just like the previous ghost bodies. The armored ghost body paused. Its raised foot stopped in midair, as if it was really unable to move, as if it was really suppressed. Yu Wuxia's hands ignited with flames. Xiaoying Fei shook the whip in her hand, and there seemed to be a layer of invisible energy revolving around it like a wind. This was the wind formed by the power of the mind, the wind of the mind. The two of them moved extremely quickly. They immediately wanted to attack and seize this opportunity to kill the armored ghost body as quickly as possible. Dodge. Chen Zong was also about to activate the power of the mind and transform it into the mind blade to merge with the extreme heart phaseless sword. An extremely shocking sense of danger suddenly exploded. Chen Zong's expression changed unconsciously. He immediately shouted to warn Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei. The three of them worked together. Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei also trusted Chen Zong very much. Without hesitation, they didn't attack. Instead, they used their body movement techniques as quickly as possible to dodge. Chen Zong's speed was also extremely fast. He was the first to react and immediately dodge. Just as the three of them dodged, the armored ghost body that seemed to have been suppressed by the sword of the boundless sea moved. Its raised right foot that was suspended in midair fell at an even more shocking speed. It carried with it an extremely terrifying power, as if it could crush mountains and rivers. It could crush the earth with one step. The moment its right foot fell, the entire pavilion shook. There seemed to be invisible ripples, with the armored ghost body's right foot as the center. They swept out in all directions like crazy wave. The ripples didn't just shake the pavilion. They also carried an extremely terrifying power that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It caused a series of explosions. Coincidentally, Chen Zong and the other two also used their body movement techniques to dodge. However, they still felt the attack of a terrifying power. It was extremely powerful and overbearing. When it swept past their bodies, the three of them trembled slightly. They felt as if they were being torn apart. That feeling directly penetrated their primordial spirit. Fortunately, the three of them managed to dodge in time. Otherwise, the impact would have been even more obvious. Then, the armored ghost body burst out with an astonishing speed. It charged directly at Yu Wuxia and punched out. The punch was simple and direct. It was even a little crude. This kind of fist technique was simply unbearable to the three of them. However, that punch contained an extremely terrifying power that they didn't dare to underestimate. Yu Wuxia punched out with both of her fists. Under the collision of the tyrannical powers, she was sent flying. The moment she was sent flying, she also threw out a kick that directly hit the armored ghost body, knocking it back. Xiao Fei's long whip also shook. It broke through the air in an instant, carrying with it a tyrannical power. It directly hit the armored ghost body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Chen Zong gathered his strength and seized the moment to use his ultimate move. Sword Domain. 1000 Rend. Sword Domain Rend. This was a Sword Dao mystic ability that an ancestor of the Will Sky Palace had obtained a long time ago. After cultivating it, it had been modified many times to become a Sword Dao mystic ability that could be fused with the power of the mind. Chen Zong had chosen it and cultivated it to great mastery. The Sword Domain Rend gathered the power of the Sword Domain, the power of the mind, and the sharpness of the Sword Dao into one. Once it was used, its power would be extremely tyrannical. However, it was very difficult to cultivate. Firstly, one had to be a sword cultivator. Secondly, one had to have a second-level sword domain and a sufficiently strong mind power. For many Yuan underworld realms, these conditions were difficult to fulfill. However, Chen Zong could fulfill them. Strictly speaking, the sword domain severing move was actually an ultimate move at the level of a spirit superpower. It was said that when it was cultivated to the extreme and surpassed the level of perfection, its power could surpass the level of spirit superpower and reach the level of mysterious superpower. At the beginning, the Sword Domain Rend was the Sword Domain 10 Rend. At minor mastery, it was the Sword Domain 100 Rends. At great mastery, it was the Sword Domain 1000 Rends. At great mastery, it was the Sword Domain 10,000 Rends. This was a top-notch spirit mystic ability that could even rival a mysterious mystic ability. Given Chen Zong's current level, he could only cultivate it to great mastery. He was still unable to reach great mastery. Once Chen Zong used Sword Domain's great success stage, it would consume almost all of his energy. Moreover, he would need some time to accumulate energy, even if it was just a breath's worth of time. Kill. Chernzong brandished his sword. The heart sword domain, which spanned 12,000 meters, was instantly integrated into his sword. It was like a raging torrent bursting a dam as it swept out in torrent. In just an instant, the armor spirit body was enveloped by Chernzong's sword. It was a sword realm that covered an area of 100 meters. It directly enveloped the armor spirit body. The astonishing suppressive force was also raised to the extreme in an instant, causing the armor spirit body to tremble slightly. In an instant it was unable to move. This was the suppressive power of the sword domain. The suppressive power was not the true power of the sword domain. However, under the sword domain rend, it was many times stronger. This suppressive power did not need to last long. It only needed a moment. It was as if all the suppressive power that had been accumulated over a long period of time was condensed and compressed to the extreme, just for a short burst. In an instant, streaks of sword light appeared out of thin air, as if they were tearing the void and darkness apart. They cut through everything and emitted an extremely dazzling light. 1 streak, 2 streaks, 3 streaks, in an instant, 1,000 rays of sword light appeared within the 100-meter sword domain. It was as if there were 1,000 brilliant swordsmen holding swords. They had only practiced one sword in their entire lives, and they swung their most quintessential sword at the armored ghost body that had been suppressed in an instant. It was a sword that contained all of their strength. 1,000 swords, 1,000 streaks of sword light. Kill. Each streak of sword light contained the ultimate sword chi. It was as if they had condensed into a substance. It was as if 1,000 divine swords were directly attacking the armor spirit body. It was too fast and too dazzling. It was so dazzling that Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei could not look directly at it. They could only close their eyes in an instant. The moment they closed their eyes, 1,000 streaks of sword light attacked the armor spirit body's body in unison. Its defensive power was amazing. Even the armor that had not been broken by the fierce bombardment of Yu Wuxia's long legs was torn apart and penetrated by the sword light like a piece of cardboard. There was nothing that could not be broken. 1,000 streaks of sword light, 1,000 attacks in an instant, cut and penetrated. Hundreds of wounds were directly pierced through the armor spirit body. The sword chi raged and was crazily cut. The armor could not withstand it. It was as if it was being cut into pieces. The armor was broken, revealing a blurry body. It was like a flickering candle in the wind, as if it would be extinguished at any time. This killing move was extremely powerful. Even the tyrannical armor spirit body could not withstand it and was on the verge of death. Chapter 2336. Where's the monthly ticket? The power of the sword domain rending slaughter was extremely strong. The sword domain 1,000 rending slaughter at the grand completion stage was incomparably terrifying. The armor was directly sliced apart, and on the brink of death, it was shattered by the combined attacks of Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei. After the death of the armor ghost body, there was no soul fragment left behind. However, there was a palm-sized fragment that fell. Yu Wuxia opened his 5 fingers and grabbed at the air. The palm-sized irregular fragment fell into his hand. There were dense lines on it. It seemed to be some kind of text, but it also seemed to be just random strokes. Yu Wuxia could not understand it. After looking at it for a while, Yu Wuxia gave up after she could not understand it. Chernzong used his cultivation method to recover the energy he had just consumed. He had used up almost all of his energy to perform the sword domain rending move. Fortunately, Chernzong recovered his energy very quickly. It did not take long for him to recover part of his energy and continue to recover. Junior brother, take a look. After Chernzong recovered his energy, Yu Wuxia threw the irregular palm-sized fragment to Chernzong. Neither she nor Xiao Fei could understand it. Now, she gave it to Chernzong to try her luck. What if Chernzong could understand it? Chernzong took the fragment. It was cold to the touch and went straight to his spirit sea. It made his primordial spirit feel as if it was bathed in a cold wind. After careful observation, Chernzong could not understand what it was. He could only be sure that it was a type of text. After all, Chernzong had come into contact with many types of text. That was a kind of accumulation. Therefore, although he could not understand it, he could be sure. After looking at it for a while, Chernzong suddenly felt that the strange ancient text seemed to have an inexplicable attraction that attracted Chernzong. Unknowingly, Chernzong felt that his spiritual soul seemed to be drawn, and a trace of power was activated. This power came from the spiritual soul. However, it was not a direct spiritual soul power. The spiritual soul power was too mysterious and difficult to use. However, this power was not divine will, but it was somewhat similar to divine will. Chernzong carefully sensed the changes in the spiritual power and found that it was a new kind of power that combined the essence of the spiritual power and the divine consciousness. Although the amount was small, it was purer than the divine consciousness. Operate. As he continued to circulate the energy, the new energy slowly increased. Chernzong had an idea and tried to mobilize the new energy. It quickly spread out and entered the irregular fragment in his hand. In a split second, the incomprehensible characters on the surface suddenly lit up with traces of light. As the light flowed, each character seemed to come alive. They condensed into rays of light and shot out, directly entering between Chernzong's eyebrows. Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei were both shocked. "Junior brother, are you okay?" Yu Wuxia asked quickly. She stared at Chernzong with concern. "I'm fine," Chernzong answered quickly while concentrating. Those runes were originally incomprehensible, but after being activated by the mysterious power and entering the divine sea, Chernzong was able to understand their meaning. Lesser Spirit Method. This was a cultivation method called the Lesser Spirit Method. The power cultivated by the Lesser Spirit Method was spiritual power. Chernzong immediately understood. The power that the divine cultivators of the primeval age cultivated was soul sense. It was a power that was different from the power of the soul and soul sense, but it was closely related to the two. It was equivalent to the fusion of the two. The Lesser Spirit Method was a cultivation method to cultivate spiritual power. According to the information in the runes, this was a star-ranked spiritual power cultivation method. As for the concept of a star-ranked spiritual power cultivation method, Chernzong did not know because he lacked sufficient information. But no matter what, Chernzong was still very happy to have obtained a divine cultivation method from the immemorial era and succeeded in cultivating it. Unfortunately, Chernzong did not understand the language of the immemorial era. It was a coincidence that he was able to cultivate it successfully. There was no way he could pass it on. After informing Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei, Chernzong passed the fragment that recorded the Lesser Spirit Method to them and let them try to comprehend it. If they used their spiritual power to comprehend it, they might be able to succeed. Unfortunately, Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei did not succeed even after trying many times. They could only give up helplessly. It seemed that cultivating a divine cultivation method from the immemorial era was not that simple. Perhaps there were some special requirements. Chernzong and the others did not know because they were not from the immemorial era. If they were from the immemorial era, it would naturally be easier for them to cultivate a spiritual power cultivation method. However, the ease was relative. In the immemorial era, the number of divine cultivators was far fewer than ordinary people. That was because divine cultivators needed talent and sufficient spiritual power talent. Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei were no doubt favored by the heavens. If they were in the immemorial era, they would definitely be able to cultivate a spiritual power cultivation method and become a divine cultivator. Unfortunately, after 2 immemorial eras, not only had the inheritance been severed, but people had also changed. This era was an era where qi cultivation was the main and physique cultivation was the secondary. They were all humans, but there were differences in some minute aspects. These minute details became a kind of shackle, a kind of gap, like a natural chasm. For example, if the qi cultivation method was passed down to the immemorial era, it would be difficult for people at that time to cultivate it. Of course, there would be an extremely small number of suitable people, but it would not be able to expand. Every era had its own characteristics, as well as its own limitations. Divine cultivators were no longer suitable for the current era. Chen Zong could cultivate it successfully because of his strong spiritual power. Even so, Chen Zong's efficiency in cultivating the lesser spirit method was not high. This was the limitation. Since Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei could not cultivate it, they gave up. However, Chen Zong could cultivate it. He planned to stay here and cultivate properly, striving to cultivate more spiritual power. Chen Zong intuitively felt that this spiritual power should be more effective against the spectral body. It should be more effective than the power of the mind. Chen Zong continued to cultivate the lesser spirit method. At the same time, he did not forget to cultivate other sword techniques and so on. The left and right mind could be activated at any time. The recovery speed of the power of the mind was faster than the normal speed of consumption. As he continued to cultivate, his spiritual power slowly increased. Chen Zong suddenly realized that his spiritual power seemed to have recovered a little. This discovery surprised Chen Zong. Then, Chen Zong took out the spiritual power fragment he obtained after killing the spectral body. He tried to absorb the power within to assist in the cultivation of the lesser spirit method. The results were gratifying. Not only could he absorb and refine it, but he could also directly convert it into spiritual power. It could also speed up his cultivation. Chen Zong was now sure that the power contained in the spiritual power fragment, which he thought was spiritual power, was spiritual power. In that case, the spiritual power fragment should actually be called spiritual power fragment. Chen Zong did not have many spiritual power fragments, so he finished absorbing them in a few moments. "Junior brother, is this useful for your cultivation?" Yu Wuxia asked. Chen Zong nodded. Yu Wuxia then took out a few spiritual power fragments she obtained and handed them to Chen Zong without hesitation. Seeing this, Xiaoying Fei also took out a few spiritual power fragments and handed them to Chen Zong. Anyway, Chen Zong could use them for his cultivation. He would be more efficient than them. Moreover, with the relationship between the three of them, a few spiritual power fragments were nothing. With the help of these spiritual power fragments, Chen Zong's cultivation would be more efficient. The lesser spirit method was a star-level cultivation method. It was divided into 9 levels. Chen Zong had cultivated to the 2nd level, and his spiritual power had increased by a lot. It was already 1% of spiritual power. However, Chen Zong only obtained the first 3 levels of the lesser spirit method. Chen Zong's spiritual power was extremely large. 1% of it was quite a lot. However, Chen Zong knew very well that without the help of these spiritual power fragments, he would probably only be able to cultivate to the 1st level. He would not be able to cultivate to the 2nd level. It was almost impossible to improve further in a short period of time. Chen Zong stood up. He did not plan to stay here any longer. He would search, hunt, and obtain spiritual power fragments. Only then could he speed up the cultivation and accumulation of spiritual power. On the other hand, Chen Zong also wanted to test the power of spiritual power. He wanted to see if it was more effective than spiritual power. Of course, even if he did not stay in the pavilion, Chen Zong could still continue to cultivate the lesser spirit method. It was not a joke to have 4 wills at once. Walking out of the pavilion, the 3 of them continued forward. There were many spiritual bodies in this abandoned city. Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei did not attack because Chen Zong had already said that he wanted to test the power of spiritual power against spiritual bodies. Whether it was better than spiritual power, worse, or similar, was very important. Soon, spiritual bodies appeared. In other words, the three of them encountered spiritual bodies again. Spiritual bodies were very fierce. They instantly attacked and tried to kill Chen Zong. Their sharp claws swept across the sky, bringing with them strands of invisible ripples that attacked Chen Zong's spiritual sea. Previously, Chen Zong did not know, but now he knew. This kind of aftershock was similar to the impact of spiritual power. Or rather, it was the impact of spiritual power. He drew his sword. Chen Zong did not use the power of qi cultivation, nor did he use spiritual power. This time, he used the power of spiritual power. The soul remembrance that he had cultivated was as handy as divine remembrance, and could be easily grasped. The color of the spiritual power was very light. It seemed to be a little black, but there were no impurities. It spread to the blade and slashed out with Chen Zong's superb sword technique. The combat techniques of spiritual bodies were very crude. They only relied on a strange power. However, Chen Zong had also mastered this power. One slash. Just one slash, and the spiritual body let out an extremely sharp scream. Strangely, the scream did not spread to the surroundings. Instead, it directly rushed into Chen Zong and the other two's spiritual seas and attacked their primordial spirit. Chen Zong, in particular, bore the brunt of the scream. However, his spiritual power covered his primordial spirit and easily resisted the impact of the scream. He was not affected at all. On the other hand, Chen Zong's slash contained the power of spiritual power and directly caused great damage to the spiritual body. With one slash, the spiritual body instantly dissipated, leaving behind a fragment of spiritual power. Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei were secretly shocked. This kind of killing effect was more than 10 times stronger than spiritual power. Indeed, this was the best power to deal with spiritual bodies. After testing the power of spiritual power, Chen Zong was a little excited, but he did not lose his mind. Let's go! Chapter 2337. Second update. The deeper they went, the stronger the ghost body in the abandoned city. Now, the ghost body appeared in front of them. Unlike the previous ghost bodies, its body seemed to be shrouded in a faint halo, and its facial features were clearer. Moreover, its body was surrounded by a stream of light. Upon closer inspection, it was not a stream of light, but something similar to the tip of a spear. It was a weapon. When it discovered Chen Zong and the other two, the weapon around the ghost body instantly turned into a stream of light and shot toward them. It was extremely fast and carried a shocking sharpness, as if it was going to pierce through everything. Chen Zong and the other two felt that they were locked on and pierced through. With a flash of sword light, Chen Zong blocked the attack of the spear tip with his sword. The sword contained the power of psyche, and when it collided with the spear, it was deflected. However, the spear tip was extremely agile and fast, and it shot toward them from the side again. Fast. Extremely fast. It was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. However, Chen Zong's reaction was also extremely fast. With a sword in hand, he completely blocked the spear tip's attack, as if he had the help of God. The sword vibrated, and power burst forth, immediately knocking the spear tip away. Chen Zong took a step forward, turned into a flash of sword light, and directly slashed toward the ghost body. With the support of Psyche, Chen Zong immediately cut through the layer of light on the ghost body's body, and then slashed through its body. After a few slashes, the ghost body was killed. Not only did Chen Zong obtain a Psyche fragment, but he also obtained the spear tip. Without the control of the ghost body, the spear tip became simple and unadorned, and there were even some mottled traces of rust. Chen Zong tried to activate it with qi cultivation, but there was no reaction. The power of blood chi was also ineffective. Then, he tried to activate it with psyche and psyche. He found that he could control it, but there were still some obstacles. Finally, he used psyche to activate it, and immediately felt relaxed and carefree. The spear tip became Chunzong's weapon. When he was close, he would use the sword to fight. When he was far away, he would use the tip of the spear to attack first. Because it was very compatible with soul remembrance, Chunzong temporarily called it a soul remembrance tool. With the combination of the soul remembrance tool and the sword, Chunzong's killing speed became even faster. Moreover, in this place, once one's soul remembrance was consumed, one could use the small remembrance soul technique to absorb the soul remembrance aura in the air to recover. It could also absorb the energy within the soul remembrance fragments to speed up recovery. The further you go, the more you have. The spectral body of a soul remembrance tool was easier to encounter. Other than Chunzong, Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei had also obtained soul remembrance devices. Although they hadn't cultivated soul remembrance devices could still be used with mental strength and mental strength. However, they weren't as flexible and powerful as soul remembrance devices. However, the two of them held the soul remembrance device in their hands and used mental strength or psyche to activate it. This way they could unleash destructive power. The effect was several times better than using mental strength alone, and the damage to the spectral body was even greater. Otherwise, Yu Wuxia would be very depressed. Originally, her fighting strength was the strongest, but in the end, she was reduced to a supporting role. Seeing Chunzong unleash his invincible might and kill everyone, while she could only defend against the spectral body's attacks and couldn't kill them, the depression in her heart was indescribable. It wasn't jealousy, but because of her nature. She, who loved to fight, was restrained in this situation and naturally felt uncomfortable. In comparison, Xiaoyingfei was a bit better and wasn't as battle-hungry. However, now that she had obtained a soul remembrance device, although she didn't have soul remembrance, she could use mental strength to activate it. It was several times more destructive than using mental strength alone against the spectral body. She could truly kill the spectral body now, so Yu Wuxia naturally felt carefree. Regarding this, Chunzong felt it was a bit funny. This third senior sister truly loved to fight. No wonder she wanted to find someone to fight as soon as she returned to Will Heavenly Palace. Her fellow disciples in Will Heavenly Palace all hid whenever they saw her, as if they had encountered a scourge. With the soul remembrance device in hand, Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei's fighting strength seemed to have increased greatly, and they were able to deal with the spectral body even more easily. Of course, the real reason wasn't because their fighting strength had increased, but because they had suitable methods to deal with the spectral body better. Chunzong verified this point. Indeed, after using the soul remembrance device to kill the spectral body, the chances of obtaining soul remembrance fragments increased greatly, more than 10 times. These soul remembrance fragments also belonged to Chunzong, becoming resources for Chunzong to cultivate the lesser soul technique. The three of them continued to move forward, deeper and deeper. Gradually, they approached the deepest part of the abandoned city, where a huge mansion stood. Along the way, Chunzong was certain that the mansion in front of him was the largest building in the abandoned city. Through his soul remembrance that had just reached the 3rd level, the aura of the mansion was one, and it contained an indescribable terror. The lesser soul technique had 9 levels. Unfortunately, Chunzong had only obtained the first 3 levels. Now that he had cultivated to the 3rd level, he couldn't go any further. Chunzong also realized that after cultivating the lesser soul technique to the 3rd level, his soul had recovered quite a bit. This was indeed a good way to recover his soul after it had been split. Unfortunately, only the first 3 levels of the lesser soul technique were still not enough. If it was the complete lesser soul technique, perhaps it could really recover his soul completely. At the end of the day, this was a cultivation method for cultivating one's spiritual will, not specifically for the recovery of one's spiritual soul. The recovery of one's spiritual soul was merely a supplementary power. For example, the suppression of the Great Path domain was only a supplementary power, not the main one. The difference between the secondary and the main one was often very obvious. The huge mansion in front of them clearly contained great danger. Chunzong didn't make the decision on his own. Instead, he explained his perception to Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei. Yu Wuxia and Xiaoyingfei didn't have soul remembrance, so their perception wasn't as clear as Chunzong's. However, they could vaguely feel that the mansion was not a good place. Let's go in. This time, Yu Wuxia didn't make the decision directly. Instead, she expressed her opinion and looked at Chunzong and Xiaoyingfei. Let's go in. Chunzong thought for a moment and said one word. Then, he looked at Xiaoyingfei. Since you've said so, let's go in. However, you have to protect me. Xiaoyingfei smiled. She was actually a little scared, but since her senior and junior sisters had come together, and she had even invited them, she couldn't be a burden and refused to go. Don't worry, Yu Wuxia said. It was still Chunzong in the lead, Xiaoyingfei in the middle, and Yu Wuxia at the back. This mansion should be something like the City Lord mansion. The door was closed, but the wall on one side had collapsed, revealing a huge gap. Chunzong and the other two stepped in through the gap. At least, it was clear at a glance. The moment they entered, they discovered a dozen specter bodies wandering around inside. Like a group of sharks that smelled blood, the specter bodies immediately attacked. These specter bodies all had soul remembrance devices. With a thought, a dozen streams of light pierced through the air and attacked. It was obvious that these specter bodies were much stronger than the specter bodies they had encountered before. However, Chunzong and the other two fought and killed them one after another. After resting for a moment to recover, they continued to go deeper. Encountering specter bodies, killing them, obtaining soul remembrance fragments, and going deeper again. This seemed to have become a cycle. The deeper they went, the stronger the specter bodies became. Not only could they use soul remembrance devices, their bodies became more solid. Their facial features became clearer, and their eyes were cold and threatening. On their bodies there seemed to be armor, and behind them, there seemed to be a cloak. The soul remembrance device floating beside them was a hiltless long saber. The blade was dark, as if it could absorb all light. A terrifying aura constantly spread out from the long saber. This specter body looked different from the other specter bodies. The aura it spread out was even more eerie and condensed. In an instant, a black light flashed, and the long saber directly broke through. Fast. It was as fast as a pitch-black lightning, so fast that Chunzong could not react in time. He could only rely on his instincts that had been tempered by countless life and death situations to deal with it. The soul remembrance device flew out in an instant and blocked the attack of the black saber light very accurately. It seemed a little dull, but also a little ear-piercing sound of metal clashing suddenly rang out. It was like cloth being torn apart, directly penetrating into Chunzong's ears. Chunzong only felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have been punched directly by a strong force. In an instant, his primordial spirit trembled. The black saber light had already knocked away the tip of his spear and the soul remembrance device, rapidly approaching him. In an instant, a stream of light rushed from the side and deflected the saber light. Chunzong instantly came to his senses and slashed with his sword. At the same time, he controlled the soul remembrance device and directly broke through the powerful specter body wearing armor and a cloak. The specter body's body floated. It was very agile and seemed to be weightless. It dodged the attack of the soul remembrance device. The black saber light rolled back and fell from the sky like a waterfall, directly enveloping Chunzong and the other two. Instant space sword evasion. In an instant, the three of them used their own methods and quickly dodged, attacking the specter body. The black saber light rolled again and fell from the sky, turning into waves and surging violently. It carried with it an earth-shattering power and bombarded with it at an astonishing speed. The power contained in it made Chen Zong and the other two shudder. Their primordial spirits could not help but tremble. It seemed that if they were hit, their primordial spirits and their souls would be damaged. Therefore, they must not be hit by the black saber light. The soul remembrance device exploded and directly bombarded the black saber light wave behind them. As soon as it appeared, cracks appeared on the soul remembrance device. In the first collision, Chen Zong's soul remembrance device was already damaged. Now it directly shattered. The destruction of the soul remembrance device was not useless. At least, it blocked the black saber light wave for an instant. This instant was enough for Chen Zong to close in on the specter body and attack with his sword. When he closed in and attacked, he immediately hit. This specter body was very fast and agile. The power of its soul remembrance device was even more astonishing. All of these were several times, or even 10 times, stronger than the specter bodies they had encountered before. However, its weakness was also very obvious. After Chen Zong closed in on it, it could not dodge or block Chen Zong's sword at all. It was hit. However, Chen Zong realized that the damage his sword caused to this specter body was very limited. It was the same even when he used soul remembrance to control the sword. There was no doubt that this was the strongest specter body they had encountered so far. However, before he could swing his sword 10 times, the black saber light wave had already swept over. In the next moment, a black saber light pierced through the wave, piercing through the air. It was a fatal strike, causing Chen Zong's primordial spirit to tremble unconsciously and his hair to stand on end. He dodged, swung his sword, and faced the attack. Chapter 2338. Third update, begging for monthly tickets. Chen Zong's primordial spirit felt as if it had been smashed by a sledgehammer. An intense pain spread throughout his primordial spirit and quickly rushed to his divine soul. Chen Zong's divine soul felt as if it had been smashed. The pain was unbearable and his vision turned black. The power of the spirit body's soul remembrance was much stronger than his. They were on 2 completely different levels. The black blade light came again. Chen Zong was in danger. Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei rushed to his left and right and blocked the blade light. With a crack, the soul remembrance devices in their hands were shattered. With Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei's resistance, Chen Zong was able to buy an instant of time to control himself and retreat. At the same time that Yu Wuxia and Xiao Fei's soul remembrance tools shattered, the terrifying power contained in the black saber also attacked their Yuan spirits and directly attacked their souls. Xiao Fei let out a painful groan and flew backward. After rolling a few times on the ground, she stopped moving. Yu Wuxia was slightly better. She flew backward and groaned. After struggling for a while, she hugged her head and stopped moving. Chen Zong's expression could not help changing greatly. Could it be that both senior apprentice sisters were dead? An indescribable anger suddenly erupted and turned into a murderous intent. In his anger, Chen Zong unleashed all his power. The aura here was incompatible with the outside world. It was even worse than the Hadean ruins in the Middle Ages. Even the demon heart of the god in the Heart Palace was affected and could not appear outside. Once it appeared, it would cause irreparable damage to the demon heart. This made Chen Zong realize that the god was not omnipotent and could be limited. In essence, the demon heart belonged to the spirit body. The aura here was harmful to the spirit body. However, even though the demon heart could not appear, Chen Zong could borrow its power. God borrowing power. Divine martial. Anger and murderous intent surged like a tide, as if it could break through all obstacles and shackles. Originally, it would take some time to activate, but now it was more than 10 times faster. Anger would cause people to lose their rationality, but it would also allow them to erupt with greater speed and power in an instant. Chern Zong was in a state of extreme anger, but because of the One Heart Sutra, he did not completely lose his mind. He was in a very strange state, as if he was burning with anger and had lost his mind, but he still had enough sense of reason. Sword domain rend, sword domain 1000 rend. The 10-meter-tall figure solidified. In an instant, all of his power erupted, including the power of his second mind. Supremely strong. Absolutely powerful. In terms of level, it was definitely at the peak of the Yuan underworld. Even a 12-star Yuan underworld powerhouse wouldn't be able to withstand this move. Although they didn't have the support of soul remembrance, with the advantage of numbers, the power of this move was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. The 100-meter sword domain immediately enveloped the powerful serene body and the pitch-black longsword. Under the divine martial skill, the tyrannical suppressive force caused the serene body and the longsword to pause for a moment. In just an instant, 1,000 extremely terrifying sword lights appeared around him. It was as if 1,000 peerless swordsmen were slashing their swords at the same time. Kill. The power of each sword light was extremely tyrannical. It was invincible. Although the serene body was very strong, it couldn't withstand the attack of 1,000 sword lights. The armor was torn and penetrated. Without the protection of the armor, the serene body was directly injured. Kill. In a fit of anger, the deity used the divine martial skill to execute the sword domain 1000 rend, instantly killing the tyrannical serene body. The armor shattered, the body disintegrated, and quickly dissipated. The 10-meter-tall figure on Chern Zong's body dissipated, and his figure fell from the sky to the ground. He felt weak all over. He felt as if his power had been exhausted. However, Chern Zong forced himself to get up. At the same time, after the serene body was killed, a wisp of smoke spread out. Chern Zong was extremely vigilant. He quickly took out an elixir and consumed it to speed up the recovery of his power. The wisp of smoke immediately condensed into an illusory figure. It was like a wave that could be blown away by a gentle breeze. Even so, Chern Zong was extremely vigilant. He held the extreme heart non-phase sword tightly. The sword trembled slightly, and his eyes were extremely sharp. I finally see the light of day again. Young man, thank you very much. The illusory figure, which looked like it would dissipate with a gust of wind, suddenly spoke. The voice rang directly in Chern Zong's ears. Chern Zong was extremely surprised. Since entering this abandoned city, he had only encountered serene bodies. They were all unconscious serene bodies. This was the first serene body that had spiritual intelligence. Even so, Chern Zong didn't let down his guard. The elixir quickly dissolved, and he recovered some power. It was enough for him to attack again. Young man, you're not a divine martial artist, the illusory figure said again. It seemed to be full of surprise and confusion. Who are you? Chern Zong asked in return. I used to be the city lord of this city. The illusory figure let out a long sigh. Young man, to make a long story short, I can't exist for long. You killed the serene body and freed me. I can't repay you. Your two companions are not dead, but their divine souls have been damaged. If they are not treated in time, even if they don't die, their cultivation will be cut off. Senior, how do you treat them? When he heard that Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei were still alive, he was immediately delighted. However, when he heard that their divine souls were damaged and the consequences were serious, he became anxious and hurriedly asked. There is a ghost flower in the city lord's mansion. You can pluck the ghost flower, extract its juice, and apply it between their eyebrows. In this way, when they absorb the juice of the ghost flower, their divine souls will slowly recover, the illusory figure said. During this period, Chern Zong found that the figure looked more and more illusory, as if it would disperse at any time. Senior, can the ghost flower restore the separated divine souls? Chen Zong asked quickly. Yes. The illusory figure's answer made Chen Zong surprised and happy. Senior, please tell me where the ghost flower is, Chen Zong immediately said. With someone guiding the way, they could find the ghost flower in a shorter time. Put away the soul remembrance saber and follow me. The illusory figure became more and more faint, as if it would disperse at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly floated into the city lord's mansion. Chen Zong quickly picked up the black saber, carried Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei, and hurriedly followed. The ghost flower grew in the back garden of the city lord's mansion. Although there was only one stalk, it covered a huge ancient tree that was dozens of meters tall. Purple flowers about the size of a palm with 3 layers and 9 petals grew in the middle. The outermost layer of petals was light purple, the second layer was dark purple, and the third layer was closer to black. There were also flowers that had not bloomed, still in the shape of flower bud. Only ghost flowers that have bloomed are useful, the illusory figure said. The illusory figure said, remember, if you want to pick the ghost flower, you need to use your soul remembrance to control the soul remembrance device. Chen Zong also felt lucky that he had asked clearly, or else he would have made a mistake. This is all that I can give you in return. The illusory figure became increasingly faint. Soon after, it disappeared like smoke that was blown by the wind. Thank you. Chen Zong bowed to the illusory figure that was about to disappear. The figure seemed to smile slightly, as if deeply gratified. Finally, it completely disappeared, disappearing from the world. Chen Zong immediately controlled the black saber, cut off the roots of the blooming ghost flowers, and used his soul remembrance to collect them. His soul remembrance wrapped around the ghost flowers, so it would not destroy them and cause them to lose their effectiveness. Fortunately, Chen Zong had obtained some soul remembrance fragments before, and after absorbing them, his soul remembrance had recovered. Otherwise, he would not have been able to take these ghost flowers away. The ghost flowers were here, and they were difficult to preserve. Chen Zong only picked a few flowers first, and while using his soul remembrance to extract the juice, he quickly smeared it on Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei's glabella. The juice of the ghost flowers was purple, with a little bit of black like twinkling stars. The juice smeared on their glabella was quickly fading, and was being rapidly absorbed by their divine souls. This scene caused Chen Zong to let out a small sigh of relief. Soon after, he smeared the remaining juice on his forehead. Immediately, Chen Zong felt an indescribable cool aura rapidly spread out from between his eyebrows and rapidly seeped into the space between his eyebrows. In his spirit sea, Chen Zong could see wisps of purple mist, crystal clear, quickly spreading to his primordial spirit and entering his divine soul. Gradually, in addition to the cool aura, there seemed to be a kind of spicy aura growing, which made Chen Zong feel strange, but he could still bear it. His divine soul was immersed in the cold and spicy aura, and he could feel that it was recovering at a speed that he could feel. It was indeed effective, and this made Chen Zong feel excited. His goal was to recover his divided divine soul, and now he finally found a treasure that could truly restore his divine soul. Under the operation of his divine soul, he actively absorbed the juice of the ghost flower. Soon, the juice of the ghost flower was completely absorbed by Chen Zong. Chen Zong felt that his divine soul had recovered a little. He plucked the ghost flowers again, smeared the juice on his glabella, and actively absorbed it. Chen Zong was actively absorbing the juice, while Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei were injured and unconscious, so they were passively absorbing the juice. The efficiency difference was more than 10 times. When the two of them each absorbed the juice of one ghost flower, Chen Zong had already absorbed the juice of 10 ghost flowers. However, the two of them had not yet woken up, but they looked much better. Chen Zong smeared the juice again, and then smeared the juice on himself. Although there was only one stalk of spectre flower, there were quite a few of them. There were over 100 mature spectre flowers. After Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei each used 3 ghost flowers, their injured divine souls recovered and they woke up. After Chen Zong quickly explained the situation, he continued to extract the juice, smeared it, and gave a part of it to the 2 of them. Now, Chen Zong's Qi refinement primordial spirit had recovered completely to the strength it had before the division. However, because he had broken through from the Dao manipulation realm to the origin demon realm, his strength could still be further improved. In addition, his body refinement primordial spirit also needed to recover. Strengthening the divine soul, even if it was only a little, was very rare. Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei certainly would not miss such an opportunity. However, the speed at which they absorbed the juice of the ghost flower was still several times slower than Chen Zong's. Chapter 2339. What a pity! Chen Zong couldn't help but think as he looked back at the vortex that seemed to be disappearing at the entrance. This time, the 3 of them had worked together to explore the ruins of the primordial era. They had actually gained quite a lot. Although they hadn't obtained any treasures, Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei's souls had both been strengthened by about 10%. 10% didn't sound like much, but it was actually very significant. The spirit was the most mysterious thing among humans. It was difficult to cultivate and improve. Even if the strength of the spirit increased with the breakthrough of the realm, the spirit itself didn't have any obvious growth. Now, the 10% increase wasn't in strength, but in the quality of the spirit itself. The benefit it brought was that Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei's 6 senses had become sharper, and their comprehension had also increased. The strength of their spirits had also increased, and their primordial spirits had also become stronger. This would be of great help to their cultivation in the future. However, the one who gained the most was still Chen Zong. Not only did his spirit, which had been split to break through both qi cultivation and physique refinement, recover to its original state, but it also improved. Of course, other than that, there were no other gains. For example, the first 3 levels of the Lesser Psyche Soul technique that Chen Zong had obtained were useful in the ruins. However, after leaving the ruins, Chen Zong found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't produce a psyche. As for the level 3 psyche that he had cultivated, once it was exhausted, it couldn't be recovered unless there were psyche fragments. This was because the primordial era was no longer suitable for the cultivation of psyche. Therefore, psyche tools were also worthless. The black saber was reduced to a collection. This made Chen Zong feel that it was a pity. In addition, the city lord of the abandoned city had dissipated too quickly. It was a pity that he didn't get more information from him and have a better understanding of the primordial era. If it were those governors who specialized in the primordial era, they would probably die of regret. Junior brother, what's your plan next? Yu Wuxia asked. I plan to go into seclusion for a period of time, Chen Zong replied. Now that his spirit had been replenished, its strength was even stronger than before it was split. Chen Zong was confident that he could compress his world domain to 1 meter, replace the world core, and cultivate the sword world. Chen Zong wasn't sure how long it would take. All of a sudden, the 3 of them froze and quickly took out the token of the Heavenly Will Palace. The medallion flickered incessantly, and a message appeared on it, informing the 3 of them. 4 Saints token! Xiaoying Fei exclaimed. It's the 4 Saints token. Yu Wuxia frowned. Chen Zong knew that the 4 Saints decree was actually a transfer order jointly issued by the 4 Great Holy Lands. Originally, it was called the 5 Saints badge. However, the Great Void Holy Sect was destroyed, leaving only the 4 Holy Lands behind. Hence, it was called the 4 Saints badge. Any transfer order jointly issued by the 4 Great Holy Lands must be a major event that concerned the safety of the Void. Many years ago, when the Alien Alliance invaded, they issued the 5 Saints' order. When the barbarians invaded, they issued the 4 Saints' decree. As for the invasion of the void demons, they had also issued the 4 Saints' order. So far, throughout history, the 5 Saint Edicts or 4 Saint Edicts had been issued very rarely. However, every time they were issued, it was definitely a major event. Just think about the Void Fiend, the Xenorace, and the Northern Battlefront. For a moment, the 3 of them looked extremely serious. The contents of the 4 Saints badge indicated that a world in the Eastern Void called Heavenly Hong had fallen and was enveloped by a great formation. And the one who occupied the Heavenly Hong world was a foreign race called the Evil God Tribe. Evil God Tribe. Chen Zong frowned. This name was about to become a dusty memory. Back then, he was the first to discover the threat of the Evil God Tribe. After several near-death experiences, he finally returned to the Heavenly Intention Palace and reported this matter to his master. After that, his master told him not to bother about this matter. There would naturally be someone to deal with it. It was also after that Chen Zong never encountered anyone from the Evil God Tribe again. After so many years, Chen Zong had long forgotten about the so-called Evil God Tribe. After all, the Heavenly Intention Palace was very strong, and so were the other 3 Holy Lands. It would definitely be better for them to deal with it than him. It was just that he didn't expect that the 4 Saints badge would be used now. In other words, not only did the threat of the Evil God Tribe not disappear, but it had also expanded to the extent of endangering the Void. Now, a world was occupied by the Evil God Tribe. The Evil God Tribe erupted and directly activated the great formation that they had set up, enveloping the entire world. The strength of this great formation was shocking. Even if a sovereign realm expert attacked, they wouldn't be able to break it easily. Of course, they could also forcefully break it, but the result would be that the world would be destroyed along with the destruction of the Great Formation. Although the world was enveloped by the Great Formation of the Evil God Tribe, there were still many living beings and humans living in it. If the entire world was destroyed, then a large number of humans would also die. Even if the number of humans in a single world was nothing compared to the entire void, there were still hundreds of millions of them. As long as they weren't inhumane demons, they wouldn't sit idly by and watch billions or more of them die for no reason. The Great Formation's power was shocking, and it had a great restriction on one's strength. Sovereign realm experts couldn't forcefully break it and couldn't enter. Tao Lord realm experts also couldn't enter, and Transcendent Realm experts also couldn't enter. Only those below the Transcendent Realm could enter. Dao Controlling Realm or Yuan Underworld Realm expert. The strength of a Dao Controlling Realm expert was far inferior to a Yuan Underworld Realm expert. Therefore, Yuan Underworld Realm experts had to be dispatched to enter the Great Formation, kill the Evil God Tribe, destroy the Great Formation from the inside, and rescue at least hundreds of millions of humans in the Tian Hong world. This was the content of the 4 Sacred Edict. They needed to gather Yuan Underworld Realm experts, or even powerful ones. Otherwise, Yuan Underworld Realm experts with insufficient battle strength would only be courting death if they entered the Tian Hong world and faced the Evil God Tribe. Of course, this gathering order wasn't compulsory. However, as disciples of the 4 sacred grounds, they had the responsibility to protect the safety of the void. Under normal circumstances, they would choose to go. "I want to go," Yu Wuxia said without hesitation. The Intention Sky Palace was the leader of the sacred grounds and the strongest faction in the void. Since ancient times, it had shouldered the heavy responsibility of protecting the void. As a disciple of the Intention Sky Palace, it was duty-bound. He had been the first to discover the Evil God Tribe back then, so he had another responsibility. Chen Zong naturally wanted to go, and Xiaoying Fei was duty-bound as well. The 3 of them immediately got to work. There was some distance between here and the Eastern Void. However, it wasn't a good time to compress the world domain on the Void Escape. After all, the world domain had to be expanded before it could be compressed. The void escape was only 100 meters in size, but the world domain was 12,000 meters in size. If the compression failed, it would explode and the void escape might be affected or even destroyed. The situation was urgent, so Chunzong could only postpone the plan to compress the world domain. This was something that couldn't be helped. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. The void escape flew at an astonishing speed, using void shuttles time and time again. Chunzong steered the flying ship towards the eastern void while using the four intent to comprehend and cultivate. Heart Sword Realm. World Domain. Mind 33 Skies. Chunzong had discovered that after his spirit had been replenished, the upper limits of everything that had been at their limits seemed to have been raised. This meant that regardless of whether it was the Mind 33 Skies, the Heart Sword Path, or the World Great Path, he could continue to comprehend, cultivate, and raise the Heart Sword Realm and World Domain. The higher the upper limits, the more amazing the potential of the same stage. This would have a great impact on his future achievements. Even though he hadn't cultivated the Sword World and his cultivation base was still at the high-level Yuan Underworld, Chunzong's combat strength was still rising little by little. Stronger. Breakthrough. The benefits brought about by the recovery of his spirit were also evident. The 15th Heart Palace was successfully forged by Chunzong and reached the Great Success stage. The mysteries of the Heart Sword Path and World Great Path were also deeper. The most obvious improvement was that the range of the Heart Sword Realm and World Domain had increased. 15,000 meters. The benefits brought about by the recovery of his spirit were so obvious that Chunzong's Great Path domain had reached an astonishing 15,000 meters. This was a level that many low-level mystic ability realms couldn't reach. As a result, Chunzong's combat strength had improved tremendously, regardless of whether it was his normal combat strength or his ultimate combat strength. Finally, the three of them reached the Eastern Void and arrived at the periphery of the Tianhong realm. Numerous void spaceships and void flying boats stopped outside the Heaven Hong world. It was as if they had set up a defensive line, emitting a frightening aura. When Chunzong and the other two disembarked from the void vessel, they also saw many people gathered outside the realm. The elders and disciples of the four great sacred lands, as well as some Dao venerables, were also present. In addition, some of the disciples and elders of the top star domain level factions were also present. Chunzong and the other two saw the Will Sky Palace camp. There was a Dao venerate overseeing the camp, as well as a few mystic ability realm elders and more than a dozen Yuan underworld true disciples. Everyone was stunned when they saw Chunzong. Then, apart from the Dao venerate, even the mystic ability realm elders bowed and greeted the third Dao venerate. Everyone, there's no need to be so polite, Chunzong responded and greeted the Dao venerate. Dao venerate Chun, do you intend to enter as well? The Dao venerate was Dao venerate Xian Chun. He asked Chunzong. As the Dao venerate of the Heaven Palace, it is my duty. Furthermore, I was the one who discovered the evil god tribe back then. It is only right that I do so, Chunzong said firmly. In that case, you must be careful, Dao venerate Chun. Dao venerate Xian Chen's expression was grave. The evil god tribe was not a friendly race. In fact, they were an evil race that coveted the void. This could be seen from their past methods. Now that the Tianhong realm was occupied by the evil god tribe, it was unclear what the situation inside was like. Entering meant that one had to bear a great risk. The slightest carelessness could lead to death. As the Dao venerate of the Heaven Palace, it was very important. His talent was extraordinary and his future was limitless. It would be a great loss if he died inside. However, he could not avoid responsibility and danger just because of his superior status. That was different from the responsibility of being a Dao venerate. Chapter 2340. Begging for monthly vote. Continue writing and try to add another chapter at night. The Tianhong world could no longer be seen. All that could be seen was a stretch of blood-red light. The dense blood-red light enveloped the entire world. Even though the Tianhong realm wasn't a huge realm and could only be considered one of the smaller ones among the many realms, an array formation that could cover the entire realm was undoubtedly very shocking. After the research of many array formation masters in the void, this blood-red array formation was different from the array formations passed down in the void. They belonged to two different systems. Even though there were similarities, there were also many differences. These differences made it difficult for the array formation masters in the void to decipher it. Perhaps they might be able to decipher it if they continued to research and attempt to decipher it, but it would take too long. The many humans in the Tianhong realm would probably all be dead by then. Because of this, the four great sacred grounds had issued the Four Saints' order to gather powerful Yuan underworld beings to enter and explore the situation. If possible, they would destroy the array formation from the inside and work together to save the Tianhong realm. There was no absolute guarantee that they would succeed. It could only be said that they had a 50-50 chance. However, as long as there was hope, they had to do it. Unless there was no other choice, they couldn't give up on the Tianhong realm and allow the evil god tribe to invade. Otherwise, it would eventually become the main camp of the evil god tribe and become a great threat to the void, just like the barbarian tribe. The current void was already dangerous enough. They couldn't increase this uncontrollable danger. After the research of many array formation masters, the blood-red array that shrouded the Tianhong realm controlled the power level of those who entered. It also restricted the power of the evil god tribe in the Tianhong realm, so that they couldn't exceed the Yuan underworld level. As for the original Great Sky realm, it had only been a medium realm. Although it had a large population and many factions, there weren't many Yuan underworld cultivators, let alone divine power realm powerhouses. Therefore, powerful Yuan underworld beings wouldn't be restricted when they entered and would have enough power to protect themselves. The array formation grandmasters studied the blood-colored array formation while setting up array formations outside. Once an evil god race member charged out, they would immediately be trapped by the array formation set up by the array formation grandmasters, unable to break free. This was a double layer of insurance. The Will Sky Palace had a total of 15 Yuan underworld experts. 10 of them were at the peak of the Yuan underworld stage, and 5 were at the high Yuan underworld stage. Apart from Chen Zong, the other 4 were veteran Yuan underworld stage experts. They had already reached the peak of the high Yuan underworld stage, and were close to breaking through to the peak of the Yuan underworld stage. Therefore, their combat strength wasn't bad and could reach the peak of the Yuan underworld stage. And the highest combat strength was at the peak of the 11th star level. As the Tao disciple, Chen Zong was naturally the leader of the group. When they moved together, the 14 of them had to follow Chen Zong's orders. However, the orders were not compulsory. Enter. The 15 successor disciples of the Heavenly Palace moved and quickly rushed into the blood-red light. That blood-red light was an array formation. Chen Zong immediately sensed the strange power contained within it. It was an indescribable power. Chen Zong had received part of the Great Void Divine Sect's inheritance of the Array Tao. Therefore, he had a good understanding of the Array Tao. Compared to the other people who entered, he could sense the strange and terrifying power contained within the blood-red light. Fortunately, this power didn't just seal and suppress them, so it wouldn't hurt them. The blood-red light seemed to be boundless like a boundless sea. Everyone entered it and used their own power to control their bodies and rush forward rapidly. Everyone's cultivation wasn't weak and they were very fast. With Chen Zong as the leader, they flew like the tip of a sword. After a while, they finally rushed out of the range of the blood-red light. However, this didn't mean that they had escaped the range of the array formation. On the contrary, The existence of the blood-red light was to resist the invasion of external forces. The power of the array formation still existed. Chen Zong's gaze was extremely sharp as it quickly swept across and locked onto the nearest mountain. "Let's go." As soon as he said those words, Chen Zongyi took the lead and flew towards the mountain. The other 14 disciples of the Heavenly Will Palace quickly followed behind him. The reason why they didn't take out the Void Escape flying ship was because the target of the flying ship was much larger than the people. It was more eye-catching and easier to spot. Chen Zong and the rest didn't know what the situation in the Great Heaven world was like. Therefore, they had to be cautious. The 15 of them restrained their auras to the extreme and maintained a relatively fast speed as they flew towards the nearest mountain. Not long after, the 15 of them landed on that mountain. The place where the 15 of them landed was considered a more remote location. Then they spread out. Everyone already knew a lot of information about the evil god tribe. This was because in these years, the 4 great holy lands and various star sector-level forces had taken the initiative to search for traces of the evil god tribe. They had hunted and killed many evil god tribe members, and even captured some alive. They had studied many characteristics of the evil god tribe, and were even more detailed than what Chen Zong knew in the past. Now, the human race had the corresponding methods to refine some evil god tribe aura sensors to sense the aura of the evil god tribe within a certain range. This kind of device was called the evil chi ring. It was in the style of a bracelet. Everyone had obtained one and wore it on their wrist. The evil chi ring had 2 modes, the active mode and the passive mode. The passive mode came with the evil chi ring. It had a range of 100 meters. As long as there was an evil god tribe member within 100 meters, it could sense them. However, the accuracy wasn't 100% because some evil god tribe members were hidden very deeply. It wasn't that easy to sense them. The active mode required the cultivator to activate it with their own divine will to increase the range and strength of the senses. The maximum range was 10,000 meters. Under the strongest state of the active sensing mode, he could basically sense the hidden members of the evil god tribe. This was the result of testing after capturing quite a number of members of the evil god tribe alive. As for whether he could sense all the hidden members of the evil god tribe, no one could guarantee this. However, with the evil chi ring, it could at least sense the majority of the evil god tribe members. This would be of great help to this operation. The 15 people all wore the evil chi ring. 3 people formed a group, so there were a total of 5 groups that headed in 5 different directions. Each group had a Great Perfection Yuan Underworld Powerhouse. The Great Perfection Yuan Underworld Powerhouses of the Will Sky Palace were at least 10-star or 11-star powerhouses. In other words, there was at least one 11-star powerhouse in each of the 5 small groups. 11-star, 10-star, 9-star. Chen Zong, Yu Wuxia and Xiao Yingfei formed a group. After all, the 3 of them had cooperated well in the ruins of the primordial era. Furthermore, the 3 of them were from the Will Sky Palace and had a close relationship. The Great Heaven Realm was an ordinary mid-sized realm. The strongest faction was only a Nebula Grade faction. The high-grade Nebula Grade faction was called the Great Heaven Sect. Besides the Great Heaven Sect, there were 2 mid-grade Nebula Grade factions and 5 low-grade Nebula Grade factions. The rest were all star-grade factions. In other words, the strongest powerhouse in the Great Heaven Realm was only a high-grade Yuan Underworld powerhouse. Their combat strength was also considered normal. However, many Great Perfection Yuan Underworld powerhouses had entered the Great Heaven Realm to pursue the evil god tribe. If they hadn't died yet, they should still be in the Great Heaven Realm. Their current mission was to gather information and find the disciples of the Nebula Grade factions that had been trapped in the Great Heaven Realm. They should have more information. They could only hope that these people hadn't been captured by the evil god tribe or that their bodies had been seized by the evil god tribe. Chernzong and the other two moved quickly. They flew out of the mountain and entered the nearest city. Panic! Chernzong and the rest could feel an indescribable fear in the aura that permeated the city. There were very few people on the streets. Every one of them was in a hurry. Their expressions were flustered, and their eyes were filled with panic. Every one of them was running as fast as they could. Some of them were in a panic, while others were in a sorry state. It was as if there was a ferocious beast chasing after them. Chernzong stopped one of them and used some hypnotic techniques to interrogate him. Then, he found out the reason. It turned out that when the blood-colored array that enveloped the great heaven realm was activated, an astonishing storm swept up in the great heaven realm. Every corner of the great heaven realm was affected and fluctuated. Endless blood-colored light filled the air and swept across like a raging tide. It was as if a calamity was about to destroy the world. When the blood-colored light swept across, everyone felt as if they had lost something in their bodies. They became weak all of a sudden and took a long time to slowly recover. In fact, some of the weaker ones died right away. To ordinary people, this was a very frightening thing. The area of effect was very large, and it caused panic in their hearts that spread for a while. Chernzong knew that when the power of the array spread, it swept past everyone's bodies and took away a portion of their blood. What a strange array! Chernzong was secretly shocked after pondering for a while. Such a formation directly absorbed the power of life's energy and blood to strengthen itself. Its power was even stronger, and it was able to cover the entire great heaven world. It was also able to withstand the power of a dominator to a certain extent. It was already fusing with this world. If it was forcefully broken, the array would collapse and the great heaven realm would be destroyed. There would be countless casualties. Because of this, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, Yuan underworld cultivators were sent out to infiltrate the array and see if they could break it from the inside. If it really didn't work, they could only take the last step, which was to forcefully break the array. Although it would cause countless casualties, that was the last resort. There was no other choice. Their current hope could only be placed on everyone. They hoped that they could find the evil god tribe and kill them. At the very least, they had to destroy the array from the inside and cooperate with the outside to ultimately collapse the array. When that time came, the powerhouses would move out and sweep across. The evil god tribe would have nowhere to hide and would all die. This planet was located at the edge of the great heaven realm and was considered a low-grade planet. Moreover, it was one of the more ordinary low-grade planets. The strongest force was a force called the Azure Sky Sect. It was a low-grade star-grade force, and the strongest person was only at the Tao manipulation realm. Chapter 2341. Third Update. The 15 core disciples of the Will Heavenly Palace landed on a mountain, while the core disciples of the Eternal Battle Fort, Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain, and Purple Extreme Hall of Jiun went to other places. The core disciples of other top, middle, and low-tier star domain level forces also joined forces and headed to other places. This was a medium-sized world with vast land and many mountains. There were many other terrains. Apart from a part of the Forbidden Wastelands, there were also many places where humans lived. Bastards of the evil god race, come out for me! A group of Yuan underworld true disciples from the Jiun Purple Extreme Hall landed in a large city and activated their evil aura rings one after another. They quickly spread out in all directions as they sensed the aura fluctuations of the evil god tribe. They didn't seem to care about the evil god tribe at all. The people of the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiun loved to fight. They had strong blood chi and extremely strong physiques, so their personalities were more direct and violent. They didn't like scheming and plotting, so they would usually settle things with their fists. The person who shouted was a greater mastery divine physique perfection powerhouse from the Purple Extreme Hall of Jiun. His combat strength was as high as the 11-star level. Because he cultivated his body, his blood chi was vigorous, his physique was extremely strong, and his vitality was terrifyingly tenacious. He had a higher chance of winning against chi refinement cultivators of the same level. In a life-and-death battle, his chances of survival were higher. The path of cultivating one's body was difficult, but if one succeeded in cultivating it, their combat strength would be stronger than chi refinement cultivators of the same level. His powerful strength was what he relied on. Because this place was under the Great Array, divine ability realm cultivators couldn't enter. The evil god tribe also didn't have any strength beyond the Yuan underworld realm. Therefore, they had nothing to fear. 12 stars of battle power that exceeded the limit was too rare. The people of Thousand Tribulation Divine Flame Mountain landed in other places and spread out like a raging fire. The people of the Eternal Battle Fort were filled with fighting spirit, stirring up the clouds. Although the evil god tribe was evil and a scourge, the people of the 4 great sacred grounds weren't afraid at all. They had their own methods and outstanding strength. If they wanted to fight, they would fight. The Eternal Battle Fort had established the northern battlefront and resisted the barbarian tribe there. For countless years, the barbarian tribe hadn't been able to invade. A single member of the evil god race wasn't enough to make them feel fear. They only felt excitement. Within the city, the Will Heavenly Palace's 15 Origin Underworld disciples were divided into 5 groups. They flew in 5 different directions at an astonishing speed. They activated their evil aura rings and expanded their range to the maximum, covering an area of 10,000 meters. They quickly sensed the aura of the evil god tribe. This was not a simple task, because a medium-sized world was not small, and 10,000 meters was an extremely insignificant range for a medium-sized world. It was like a grain of sand in the ocean. Using this method to search the entire world was undoubtedly a very time-consuming and laborious method. Even if many people entered, it was not something that could be done in a short period of time. But for the time being, there was no better way, so this was the only way. Soon, Chen Zong and the other 2 searched the entire city, but did not find any traces of the evil god tribe. After contacting the other 4 groups of true inheritors, they did not find any traces of the evil god tribe either. From the looks of it, even if this world was invaded by the evil god race, the evil god race had yet to truly occupy it completely. Or rather, the strength of the evil god race wasn't that strong yet. Maybe it was because they didn't have enough manpower or other reasons. From the looks of it, there was still hope. If they could easily discover traces of the evil god race after entering, it could only mean that the number of evil god race members had increased greatly. If this world had completely fallen, it would mean that there would be even greater trouble. Since they could not find any traces of the evil god race here, nor could they find those who had entered earlier, Chen Zong and the others did not hesitate at all. They immediately changed directions and flew toward the center of the world. The 15 of them all wore grave and stern expressions. Although the void had been plagued with disasters, so had the human race. The human race had defended against countless disasters, and some of the disasters had caused the human race to suffer countless casualties. However, the human race had still stubbornly persevered. Even now, there were still huge disasters. The human race was the same and had not been defeated. The evil god race was just one of the many disasters. However, Chen Zong would not look down on them because of this. At the very least, among the people who had entered, he was undoubtedly the most familiar with the evil god race. The means of the evil god race were very strange, and there was no doubt about it. However, experiencing it personally and hearing about it were 2 different things. It was said that no matter how detailed it was and how it made one feel as if they were there, it was ultimately not real. In the end, it lacked the cruelty of experiencing it personally. Only those who had experienced it personally would know how evil the evil god race was. toward the evil god race. Even now, Chen Zong was still wary of them. The evil god race was a race of unknown origin. Their means were strange and evil, and they were not that easy to deal with. Although it was gratifying that they did not discover any traces of the evil god race, it was also worrisome. Back then, the evil god race was already good at hiding. Now, after many years of fighting with the human race, the evil god race might be even more difficult to deal with. They did not think highly of any of their opponents, but they also did not underestimate any of their opponent. Although the evil chi bracelet could actively sense the aura fluctuations of the evil god race, making it easier for them to find traces of the evil god race, it had to be activated by their divine sense in order to maintain the maximum efficiency. If that was the case, their divine sense would be constantly depleted. Even with everyone's immense divine consciousness, they could not withstand such depletion. There was no helping it. This was the current state of the evil aura bracelet. Only by continuing to improve it could they reduce the depletion. However, they did not have so much time now. Therefore, everyone took turns to activate the evil aura bracelet, and the search efficiency decreased again. This time, the 15 of them really split up into 5 groups. Chen Zong, Yu Wuxia, and Xiaoying Fei were in one group. They crossed the mountains and flew into a city. This was a big city. Activate the evil aura bracelet. The 3 of them were separated by a distance of 20,000 meters. They flew quickly and carefully sensed the evil aura fluctuations. The evil aura bracelet suddenly trembled, immediately attracting Chen Zong's attention. His eyes flashed, and he immediately looked to the left. His sharp gaze locked onto a figure. From the looks of it, it was a human. However, Chen Zong was sure that it was a human who had been possessed by the evil god race. Although it looked like a human on the outside, it was no longer a human in essence. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei. The 3 of them surrounded him and flew over. That evil god race member also sensed that something was wrong. Without hesitation, he entered the crowd and quickly escaped. It was a pity that under the detection of the evil aura bracelet, his aura was like a lighthouse in the dark night. It was difficult for him to escape. Very soon, Chen Zong and the other 2 caught up with that person. This is the evil god race? Yu Wuxia and Xiaoying Fei stared at that person, secretly surprised. No matter how they looked at it, it was a human. However, they also knew that the evil god race would possess humans, invading their souls and taking over their bodies. Therefore, although they looked like humans on the outside, their souls were no longer human. They were the souls of the evil god race. Moreover, the human whose body was possessed by the evil god race would be able to undergo the evil god transformation after bidding for a period of time. The so-called evil god transformation was to turn a human's body into the body of an evil god race member. However, the vast majority of evil god race members would not be able to revert back to their human appearances once they underwent the evil god transformation. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, the evil god race would not undergo the evil god transformation. After all, this was the territory of the human race. It would be more convenient to move around with a human's body. Otherwise, after undergoing the evil god transformation, they would directly transform into the true body of an evil god race member. Anyone who saw it would know that it was not a human, but a ferocious foreign race. How did you guys discover me? When the evil god race member saw that he was surrounded outside the city and was unable to break free, his gaze turned dark and ferocious, turning into vertical pupils that were extremely cold and evil. His voice was sharp like the friction between blades, making one feel uncomfortable. You don't need to know. Where are the other evil god race members? Chen Zong asked. It would be better if he could find out about the situation of the other evil god race members. Don't even think about it. The evil god race member let out a cold laugh and then transformed. Blood light swept out, and an extremely evil aura gushed out from his body as his body expanded rapidly. Right before the eyes of Chen Zong and the other two, the evil god race member completed the evil god transformation. Vertical pupils, long snake-like hair, and a layer of snake-like scales covered his entire body like armor. His aura was over 10 times stronger than before, extremely terrifying. Die! After the evil god transformation, the evil god race member's strength increased tremendously. As his snake-like hair danced in the wind, his vertical pupils shot out a cold and merciless scarlet light. His strange body twisted and darted through the grass like a snake, his speed astonishing. In an instant, this evil god race member charged toward Chen Zong. His arms instantly shot out like pythons, his speed fast and extremely ferocious, not showing any mercy in his attack. With a flash of sword light, Chen Zong unsheathed his sword and slashed out with an extremely high level of technique. This sword attack was like several slashes, directly severing the evil god race member's limbs. Even his snake-like long hair was completely severed, cutting off all the evil god race member's means of retaliation. And the evil god race's final means of retaliation was possession. With a flash of light, the evil god race member charged toward Chen Zong's forehead. Demon Sealing Incantation. Chen Zong's reaction was even faster. He executed the demon sealing incantation, directly imprisoning and sealing the evil god race member's divine soul, making it fall into his hands. He could bring it out and turn it in to study the characteristics of the evil god race, etc. In just an instant, the battle ended. Yu Wuxia was very displeased. However, since the enemy was already killed, she could only continue to search. With the detection of the evil aura ring, the three of them continued to pass by and sense, continuously searching for the whereabouts of the evil god race members. The detection of the evil aura ring was indeed very strong. Up until now, not a single member of the evil god race had been able to escape its detection. Boom! Yu Wuxia's extremely violent punch smashed an evil god race member into pieces. She executed the demon sealing incantation and even imprisoned the evil god race member's divine soul that was attempting to possess Chen Zong. Xiaoying Fei's whip shook and instantly burst forth with an astonishing might. It also broke the body of an evil god race member as if it could destroy mountains, sealing the divine soul that was attempting to possess Chen Zong. Up until now, the three of them had already discovered over 20 evil god race members and killed all of them. With the detection of the evil aura ring, these evil god race members had nowhere to hide. Chen Zong's side had great result. The other teams would also occasionally discover the auras of the evil god race members and would pursue and kill them. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.